Welcome to episode 29, no, episode 17 of the Gilded Trollplay Sky King's Tomb, session 29 in Jordan Reckoning. And we got a sub from Aren, and the alert box didn't make noise because, of course, it didn't. Don't know why.
Who needs alerts?
Couldn't.
You knew I was here.
I knew you were here. I don't know why it's not making noises. I did see that that CloudBot is working, which is interesting because usually that's broken every week and I have to fix it, and I didn't do that this time. Alert box. I'm gonna play.
Maybe you have to break it. It forgot to break to be fixed.
The alert box did not make any noise. Why not? I don't know. I don't know that I can care. I'm not debugging it. Cool. Anyway, welcome. This is episode 17 of Gilded Trollplay's Sky King's Tomb. When last we left off, a whole bunch of shit happened. It was not the session that you had a 13-round fight. It was the session after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was not on fire for the last session.
Correct. Last session was the session where you had Egrin arrested. You were suspects in a crime and asked not to leave town until the end of the month. Are channel point incentives still live?
No.
Question mark?
No.
Okay,
No.
cool.
That was a choice.
Okay, yeah.
That was an
'cause we
active
don't know.
choice. That was not a mistake or a bug. That was an active decision.
Cool.
Because we weren't sure how they would affect gameplay with this new system.
Yeah.
Yes. There was a and having now played a book of the system, I can't even begin to imagine.
Yeah, no. Auto crits. Well, so we did get rid of take 20s, even though that message from CloudBot says otherwise. It calls it a take 20, but then it says give the player or DM the ability to add +3 circumstance on a future check. They're +3s, not take 20s. Oops, forgot to update that. Jordan added to the list. And yeah, +3 is kind of huge in Pathfinder. Not as huge as a take 20, but also it does help you crit, which take 20s explicitly could not do. So better and worse. And then crits are crits. You roll a 20. It's a crit. Have fun. Wow, that's a lot.
Jordan, way to brag.
Yeah.
But I've been here the whole time.
Where's your pinstripe suit then?
A little formal to wear, sitting in my apartment.
Typically I start the session asking Jordan to recap what happened last session, but we're gonna skip that in lieu of, I think probably half of this session is gonna be another session 0. We're gonna call it session 0-3. And part of that is gonna be me having you recap the story thus far, because hearing the players recap the story is actually super useful, because it tells me a whole lot of info about what you found important, and the details that you omit are also really important for me to note. So I'll have you do that. I'll chime in at times, but yeah, so the reason we're going to do a session 0 now-ish is we are technically between the first and second book. They're not chapters, because there's chapters in the book. I don't know what they call them. Volume? Sure, volume. Between the first and second volume of Sky King's Tomb, we have finished... what's the fucking first one called?
Mantle of Gold.
Mantle of Gold. And now we're into the second one, whose name is a spoiler for the first 20 minutes of the module. So we'll get there. Yeah, I guess without further ado, let's have everybody do a collaborative story recap. Go.
Damn it. I lost my book.
So it all started at a bar. In a tavern.
Zelgans. It all started in Zelgans.
In High Helm.
Was the first bar Zelgans, or did we start at a different one?
No, I think it started at Zelgans.
Yeah.
I think it started Zelgans.
Okay.
We've forgotten the name of the first bar. Go.
Nice.
High Helm, which is a very high tier of civilization on the continent of Pathfindaria. Nope. It's in the Five Kings Mountains.
Avestan?
I can't keep track. It's the world is Galarian. I think the continent we're on is Avestan. We're in the Five Kings which was a spoiler from day one. Very frustrated that this was pointed out to me, I think 3 sessions ago, and I went, oh, fuck you.
How was that a spoiler?
It was called the Five Kings Mountains, and like how the number of people that were sort of like the group of 5 that are famed for having founded High Helm, allegedly, that were like the 4 companions that everybody knows about that worked with High King Targic, and we're like, yeah, but why is it called the Five King Mountains? That comes later.
It was called the Five Kings Mountains because there were 5 sky citadels.
Okay. Then I'm misremembering something.
I think there's a 6th sky citadel now, but like they built a 6th one when they lost Kuldukar, which is now called Urgir.
Okay.
I lied. There's 7. Nope, there's 10 total. 3 of them are lost. Okay, one's in Mwangi. And I'm sure one of these others is not in the Five Kings Mountains. I don't fucking know. Whatever.
You guys can't hear the thunder outside my house,
Nope.
can you?
Not even
Thank
that.
goodness. Good job, Sam.
Alright, so yes.
So yeah, Five Kings Mountains. We meet with a gnome of the. She's like a gemstone looking rock gnome. That is the term for them. I do.
She is an Oread.
An Oread.
Which is a. They're not called Geniekin anymore. I forget what they're called now. But it is a type of having elemental blood, which is different from having elemental sorcerer blood. But you can do both. You could be an Oread with fire blood.
That's incredible. Okay. There's just some weird sex in your family tree.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's really interesting how, like, in D&D, the Genasi are like, this is your race, and you can pick an elemental sub-race. But then in Pathfinder, it's like, no. They're all sub-races. They're all heritages. You can be a gnome.
You get a heritage. Get a heritage.
Yeah.
Everybody gets a heritage.
I would also not be surprised if they were all renamed. Like, I would kind of be
Remaster.
Yeah. Oread, versatile heritage, legacy content.
Yeah. So she's explicitly not Sonic, and tells us basically we all, for one reason or another, came to High Helm to attend the Tolor Family Festival, and we're told we were allowed to attend, but we're currently very boring and shitty people. Not her words, mine. And we should explore High Helm and be worth our attendance at this family festival functional. My character, Baroom, at the time was a mushling, technically a Leshy of the fungus heritage, who was a sort of I'm so cute, pick me up, and also give me a job, and worked my way into like working in the Tolor family archives, such that I could also get an interview. Just because I have, born adorable yesterday, no history of my life, and I'm just trying to sort of obsessively understand what it means to be a dwarf and the sort of song of the dwarves to sort of tie into my bardic roots. That's me.
I've actually been meaning to ask: is World Song something you came up with, or is that
Yes.
something? Okay, cool. Tight.
It is.
It's dope. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Baroom was here. Or at least that's what Baroom would have told y'all.
Grom was born here and grew up here, and then went out and to do some mining, got hit in the head, and then could use magic. It was weird. And traumatic. And
Yes.
now I don't do mining anymore. But we needed to go find fun stories to tell. So we paraded around the city.
Yeah, do like sort of general do-gooders.
Do-gooder stuff.
Yeah. We helped out lots of people that definitely wanted our help and in no way, shape, or form were annoyed that we got in their way.
I would consider our party like adamantly chaotic neutral. Like, I don't think
we don't talk about alignment anymore. We got rid of that.
I know. We don't have alignment that's
I'm sorry,
remastered.
did you say chaotic neutral?
I say we did a couple of things that were mildly evil for convenience.
Such as?
There were some murders or almost murders that I was like, that's not the right thing to do, but it would be nice if they died. I think we talked about being evil and then agreed to do good.
Well, I mean, the big ones, we took that one lady prisoner, and then we're like, well, we don't want to kill her, but if she accidentally wandered off and something got her, like, we wouldn't be upset.
Yes, that's case in point.
I mean, to be fair, that was self-defense because they attacked first, right?
Yeah.
And
We
also,
joined a sports ball team.
yeah, definitely joined a sports ball team.
We were the heroes of the big game.
Also, that
Yeah.
that lady was a cultist, and are cultists really people?
We have explicitly decided, yes, they're people. We can let them die, but we can't kill them.
Yeah, we just take the warning labels off of things and let nature take its course.
Add quote. Shadows, yes. If she accidentally walked out of a window with 3 arrows in her back, but we explicitly would not have shot them there, right? Like, she walks out of the window and also coincidentally has arrows. We didn't shoot her. She landed on them on the way down. We just forgot that we left them there. That would be the fun.
Yeah.
But yeah. We discovered, I think the sort of the threads that we found was like Lady Shimmer Snips, who was a giant domestic crab of some variety, pet / farm thing, unclear what her role is in the ecosystem of High Helm, but her habitat was being
Wasn't there some sort of like awards that she won?
well, she was like a show crab.
She
I
was
don't
a
know.
show crab, and she was also bred.
Okay, so there's like some sort of crab breeding system down here. There's some crab farming.
Of course,
Yeah,
they
'cause weren't
probably
they-
bred her for show crabs.
Right, but
Yeah.
like if the crabs aren't show material, do they eat them? Do they ride them?
I thought it was something with like the molted shells they were
Yes.
using. 'cause-
Oh, the shells
she
are
had,
farmed, yeah.
Yes, she had pearlescent nacreous shell.
Pathfinder we've discovered is just always like 15-point Scrabble words if they can throw a Scrabble word in there.
Wow, nacreous literally means consisting of or resembling mother of pearl.
Oh shit.
Fun.
There's an adjective. Okay, yeah. So Lady Shimmersnips was being attacked by leeches, but the important thing that we discovered was that they got in through illegal tunnels that were being dug through High Hall.
Mm-hmm.
That was the sort of in the back of the pocket thing we discovered from that do-goodery. We discovered a mushroom tavern that had been previously owner operated by an elf lady whose name I forget, but we stole her house.
Dear Drawley.
She left her house vacant, and we needed a place to stay.
Not evil, but not good.
We're not hurting anybody.
Oh, well, we do not know where the exhaust fumes from Archie's shit goes out of that.
Okay, that's fair.
It goes upstairs. It's fine. Nobody's living up there right now.
Just my dead body.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tall Baroom's just laying in a bed there, right?
Yep. Adverse possession, exactly. So her tavern had been sort of the home to a string of food poisonings that I don't think we ever like closed the loop on that per se. It's pretty clear that like
I think we did inadvertently.
Yeah, like my dad, creator person, Skibrellon, had written on the wall in Druidic, like, free the mushrooms, you will, kill the oppressors, or something to that effect. And some dead zombie sheep tried to kill us. We discovered that doors in Pathfinder are magic.
What you discovered is that enemies who lack thumbs can be stopped by terrain that requires thumbs.
Doors are magic.
Close doors in front of zombies, and it works out well every time.
I mean, even enemies with thumbs have to spend an action to open the door.
So the funny thing is that course of action is punishable by enemies with reactive strike, because closing the door is an interact action which has the manipulate trait, which is reactive strikeable.
And does reactive strike happen before you finish the activity?
It does.
Oh.
And if you crit, it disrupts the activity. So if they crit you, they can make you waste the action you use to try to close the door.
All right, Tattoo Mon, you're going to evolve into a...
I was just going to say, so, like, coming up with the idea is like, we never did it, but if someone held action to close the door the next time it opens, so the enemy use action, open door, reaction grab door, shut it.
Door.
Readying an action costs 2 actions, though, so that's, action
and
negative.
We're the brain brigade, so those 2 actions would be better spent recalling knowledge, probably. Yeah. Okay. But yeah.
Or putting yourself out if you happen to be on fire.
Never do that. As we've learned, that's a useless waste of time. You're just gonna light yourself on fire. Or you'll crit fail. So we won the big game and got sick fits. We never went into the industrial district. Archie
Archie has trauma and possibly people want to kill him.
Trauma and assassin, which is more problematic.
Archie doesn't think about it or go there anymore, so it's fine. It doesn't exist.
We did save a kid from the Thieves Guild thing, their gauntlet.
Oh, the Black Moon Gauntlet. And we got a lot of money out of that we wasted on Pokemon. I mean, Magic Gathering. I mean, cantrip cards.
But
I love how you
missing
call
like
him a kid. Like, yes, he's 7 years old,
Fazil?
but he's a grown ass adult in kobold culture.
But Jordan's 200 years old. No.
Yeah, I'm
80?
187.
You're
Okay,
187. Yeah.
he's a kid.
No, you're not wrong. I just love that you're calling a grown ass adult a kid.
Yes, adult.
Ass adult.
I would like to point out that Baroom is 6.
No, Baroom is 6 question mark. Also, Baroom is, I think, now technically 1 month old. If we just count new bodies. I was once 3 days old in tall Baroom's spot. Who knows? Yeah, so we rescued Fazil and didn't join the Black Noon Gauntlet.
Oh, by the way, you can add quotes. You just can't show quotes.
Oh, and quotes are back.
I think.
Okay.
Oh. Nope, quotes are they just reset it on me. I disabled that.
You disabled them.
Now they're back. Cool.
Okay. We deleted all the shitty ones anyways.
Did not.
You didn't? I thought you
No.
said you got rid of the ones that pissed you off.
No. Do you notice how I just added quote 712?
Oh god, no, I didn't notice that.
I didn't
I saw
notice that till
it registered
just
an ad
now.
quote, but I didn't see the number.
Jordan added to the list. I gotta clean that shit up. All right. Continue.
Big game. Shimmer Snips, we found the tunnels. We learned about the Black Noon and their shit and made important connections with the Ratkin woman whose name I'm forgetting because I don't have my notebook. Usa. Who, if you need to know anything, down in the depths, Usa's your person.
That is because she is a fixer.
Oh, she has an official job?
Yeah.
Is that a part of NPC core? Is she like
I mean,
Capital-
maybe.
capital F a
The-
fixer?
The module refers to her as the rat folk fixer repeatedly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we are real bad at finding her, but she's real good at finding us.
We asked 4 people, hey, where's Usa? And then just sort of like mill around and she finds us pretty quickly. We didn't do that. We tried climbing up and down a waterfall. I don't know that we learned anything about that beyond the fact that Jordan is magic at preparing spells.
But we knew that already. Like, that's the thing that just carried from Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went and had a discussion with a cloud dragon who can't remember what that was. It was wanting.
It was they were a communist, and they were just espousing the finer points of I think unionization or
Ye-
like just
yeah, but I think
collectivization.
they were bored. They found a book and just wanted to talk.
Yes.
So they were picking random points.
Yes. Legally distinct. Shit, what's the big communist text? Doesn't matter. The dragon read it.
Das Kapital?
Das Kapital. But
We went out into the Darklands looking for some missing halflings.
we were looking for the halfling triplets, but we didn't get anywhere.
We
with it.
didn't come back with them. We came back with a walking rock.
Well, he's pretty fetch, so he's allowed.
He's very fetch.
Yeah.
He's like the most fetch.
I think we're gonna make that happen. Yeah.
I'm trying to find
To kick people from the Zoom call. Fuck you. And
There was
then-
the tomb that we helped to.
yes, we got rid of a haunt in the crypt operated by.
It was Clan Tolor, wasn't it? Was the
No,
Tolor?
it was the Tolor crypt, but it is
It was maintained by
administered.
the Magramites.
Yes, it is administered by Magramites, who are for lack of a better term, the death cult. Like not the death cult, the death sect sort of worshippers and dealers of the Dwarven pantheon. And we met with ghosts who did not live up to the hype of the sort of High King Targic's associates. You know, they were where we had been sort of first impressed upon that they were glory, had won glorious battles. They were like, yeah, I love killing everyone. It's great. Like their ghosts were aggressive and a little insane. As most ghosts that you have to defeat in combat are. And then a cross-dimensional book soul stealing creature was like the root cause of it all.
The Protean.
Yes.
Specifically an Akazendri Protean.
An Akazendri Protean?
And the creature had been changing the epithets and angering the spirits.
Because fuck that guy.
So we did our best to fix them.
Swear to God. These are my notes.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah. I love notebooks. Okay.
Yep.
Toilet Crypt.
And then we found out that this random dude in the bar wasn't who he said he was.
Elbert Glassgrinder. And he was not, in fact, Elbert. He was Krohan Veldalo of Clan Tolor. I found my notes. I now have real data, not just my brain. Who is... I think we found this out later, but according to Rhea and the religion that she belongs to, the sort of sect she belongs to, she thinks that Krohan is a stone speaker, or like can talk to the soul of rocks or something, which is why he could talk to the soul of the armor of Targic or something. Did she say that?
Rhea did suggest that was a possibility. That has been confirmed by the spirit of Targic. And the order that you're referring to is the Rivithan.
The Rivithans, yes. That Krohan is perhaps a Rivithan, because he found a chunk of Targic's armor in Absalom after he had been banished for going on a quest with Targic's dagger, Dwarf clan dagger, Skysunder.
Yes.
Yeah. And losing the dagger down a hole.
Specifically the losing it part was the big
well,
thing.
I don't know that he wouldn't have been punished for stealing.
The theft was not great.
Yeah,
the theft wasn't great, but the fact that it didn't come back with him
Yeah.
made the theft that much worse.
Well, at that point, it's permanent theft, right? Not temporary theft.
Right. It moved it from borrowing to theft.
I think no matter what, it was always theft.
No, he was borrowing it at first. He planned on putting it back. He was going to borrow
Borrowing without permission is just theft.
No, it's borrowing.
Oh, like the house. Okay, got it. Right.
Yeah, we're just borrowing it. If she comes back
home...
and wants her house, we would leave.
Okay.
I have a place to stay in the city. I don't know about you guys, but I have a place to stay in the city.
I don't know that Slow Baroom has a place to stay in the city. I don't know that Slow Baroom has a lease anymore.
Archie's going to move in with Grom. They probably got a kitchen there he can use.
I don't know that you know this, Grom. We were all going to move in with you.
Let's see, tight quarters in the clan hall.
Do you just have like a cell in the clan hall?
Yeah. And we just all throw our sleeping pads on the ground and go, well, so this is home. Nice.
I'm just imagining Clan Vanderholl being fairly ascetic, like not like monk level ascetic, but like
Utilitarian.
Very utilitarian, yeah.
Yeah.
So he needed our help, and we decided, yes, we will venture forth into the Darklands with you, using the armor as a compass, and we'll find the dagger. We'll bring it home. So we embarked on our great quest, and I found my dad. Like, shit happened.
That was after Assassins came after Archie.
Oh, right. The assassins happened along the way.
I feel like assassin is kind of a misnomer, considering they were explicitly instructed not to kill you.
Yeah, they wanted Archie back alive. Which... we only killed one of them?
Two. Well, we killed one killed themselves, and one ran off.
No. It explicitly says non-lethal subdual only. Companions unimportant. They were gonna murder us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They would have murdered the shit out of
So
you.
that's still assassin. That's assassins with a side, like a garnish of kidnap.
No.
They're kidnappers who kill?
Yeah. There are lots of people who kill people who aren't assassins.
Yeah. Archie apparently in his previous life angered people when he made a slight miscalculation and may have blown up or set a project on fire, and then just sort of dipped without letting anybody know what was going on.
We still not the note itself in full sort of bring Archibald back. He has ties to capital T, capital F, the Forge, which we didn't know what that was, and the people that want him are the House of Ash, which we have not gotten to at all. No clue who they are, really.
Well, I think recently we had a lead.
We had a lead on them, but we still don't know what they want.
Yeah.
They have like a hideout in the industrial district of High Helm, coincidentally.
We might need to figure that out at some point. But yeah, they showed up, tried to capture Archie, kill everybody else, and yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure one of them got away and actually like escaped.
We killed them all but one, kept them as a prisoner, and we discovered keeping prisoners is it's actually quite difficult.
One of them ran away before the fight ended.
Oh,
they were having a bad time.
They were having a
They
really
were like
bad
on fire and sickened and frightened, and they were just having a bad time.
Yeah, they were having a really, really bad time, and they were just a mercenary and not actually.
Did you roll for them? Did they die?
I did roll for them. They did not die.
Oh.
And they were the only one with a torch, so they probably actually made it back.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Which then after that, I believe, is when we got down to finding Scribrellon.
Scribrellon.
Mm-hmm.
I have a note for this.
Yeah, you know the 3 fights that we fought at the same time.
There you go. It says Scribrellon equals daddy. That's the only note that I have.
Yeah, we decided we'd just fight the entire cave and everything in the house. Just get it all done at once.
There was cannons outside. There was a death cricket. With a collar that said Fluffy on it or something. It wasn't a death cricket. What? It was a killer. It was a killer.
It was like a rust monster, essentially.
It was a rust monster.
Cricket. Okay, maybe it looks like a cricket.
Yeah. What was it? Whiskers?
I'm looking it up.
Mr. Whiskers?
They had an eponym? Whatever. They had a title.
Oh my god, where is the collar? Slag Whiskers.
Mr. Slag Whiskers.
We added that part. That's right.
Yeah, you added the Mister, but it was Slag Whiskers, who is a rust monster. Was. Rip.
And rust monsters, I just looked them up in Archives of It. They look like crickets.
Yes.
And they're very fast.
Yeah, the big speed.
Big speed. Yeah, we fought the rust monster and the sort of organic cannons outside and the Scabrellons monsters inside. All at once.
All the halflings were there.
But the remains of them were there, yes.
We found what happened to the halflings.
Yes, we did. What happened to them was gross.
They got turned into
Myceloids.
fungus zombies.
Fungus zombies.
And we picked up Scabrellon's manifesto functionally. Was functionally that mushrooms are treated poorly and they have to take over the overworld and kill them all. But that they were not working alone. There was some party working with them that has the sigil of a broken hammer. That was the only thing we sort of loose end we have from that.
There were also initials on that letter.
Lyo.
Yeah.
What's Mr. Antler's face's name? Ildrick Olin?
Egrin Oathcarver.
Okay. That's just gonna be a note of Aren didn't know that. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, hey. Also, there are viruses and molds and funguses and parasites that make you grow antlers. I learned this recently. They're horrifying. They're terrible.
I saw a rabbit with fucking,
we saw the same.
Cthulhu tentacles coming out of its head. Yeah, that was on Reddit today.
It was.
It was not my favorite.
No, I did not. It was on r/very interesting, and I did not think it was very interesting. Yeah. So there's some sort of mushroom undercurrent, mushroom supremacy movement happening right now that we have just started to scrape the surface of. And my sort of parent creature, Scabrellon dad equals daddy, meaning that I was alive at some point and got resurrected as a mushroom, as a leshy, as a fungus leshy. And later on I'll die and come back, and now I'm a dwarf. But that doesn't happen chronologically yet.
Right.
We fight Scabrellon, we go down a deeper hole.
We went down a deeper hole.
That was covered in mushroom. We had to cut through the hole, the top of the hole. And that's when we discovered that the current party composition doesn't climb up.
Which is a weakness that Sparky will seek to help with. They are an expert. Sorry, it is. I have a really hard time with its pronouns. But Sparky is an it. It is expert in athletics and has the lead climber feat, where if an ally is using Follow the Expert to apply Sparky's proficiency bonus, and they critically fail their check to climb, Sparky can attempt an athletics check against the same DC. On a success, the ally only fails instead of critically failing. So you don't fall, you just...
I was going to say, critically failing is usually falling to your death, yeah?
Critically failing is falling. Not necessarily to your death, but falling, yes.
It depends on how far up the cliff you've gotten.
Yeah. But if Sparky also critically fails that check, it falls too. So.
Well, Sparky's ink.
Sparky is ink. And I do believe at some point I was planning on, I think at level 9 it's gonna get ink wings.
flexing arm with wings out the back is incredible.
It's a whole ink person.
I know it is. So we slide down the rope to the bottom of this crevasse, and Krohan is still Shard leading the way, and we discover like a whole political upheaval situation amongst the Zolgaths, thank you. The Underdark Lizards. I don't know where I put my Zolgath
there's like a
notes.
cult to Demon Lord Zeb. And we find out that it's just like the altar that they're sacrificing things to. And the altar is a mimic named Zivzeb. We killed the leader of the cult, who happens to have the dagger that we're looking for, but not the pommel gem. So we get the clan dagger back.
And
after,
restore the prior Zolgath leader to power.
Was there a prior leader? Or was it
not.
just like
they were the one that was chained to the rock, and we
I thought it was just
Dax.
like a
What was not a former leader was just a rebel. Just like,
Oh.
hey, I learned
it-
I learned about the mimic.
Okay, I thought they were like
they were a
prior...
dissenter.
Okay,
They were stopping dissenting voices from their cult.
got you. Okay,
And I forget the name of that dissenter. Does anyone have it?
Rolkaz? No, that's
That's
the
the
big one.
priestess.
it had a
Saul
good
was just-
plosive. Saul.
It's Saul.
Saul. Yes, it's right there.
So yeah, Saul causes disaster and confusion, so that's such that we can destroy the leader of the mimic cult. And then we go climbing to what Saul says is our death, up to the old disaster site / old ruins of a gnome city.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay.
I just want to invite Matt to speak if you're interested. I know that sometimes Aren has a tendency to just talk, so
I apologize.
you're good.
But yeah, I was gonna say because there's the ruined cities up on the cliff, which the Zolgath all had said was haunted, which initially went in thinking capital H haunt with spirits and stuff going on. Though when we got there, we found they were like mud elementals, water elementals.
There were mud elementals, yes.
Yeah.
Mud wretches.
Which was not great. Luckily, Grom was able to douse them.
Jordan has a knack for preparing the right spells.
Going in and being very much like, okay, so we got like holy water, like Archie's like holy water, and I got all the stuff that go in and go. This is not supernatural. But yeah, getting through there, going through actually poking through the buildings, which everything has either been destroyed, abandoned. There were they chokers inside some coal silos, I think it was.
There was a choker, specifically the one choker that you left alive when you were rescuing Saul.
Oh, okay. Which we left alive again.
Mm-hmm.
It paid us to do that,
But-
so that was worthwhile.
Oh, and also, I guess at this point, Grom and Krohan had a minor disagreement about the dagger and who was going to carry the pieces. So, because Krohan was very upset with us at this time because it was trying to keep him from just outright killing everything. But managed to accept a bribe, let the choker live, poke around a bit more. Archie and Baroom decided to do some exploring in the house we found because they're both small enough to get through the doorway without taking forever with squeezing. When which we found forget their name, a dwarf, a dead gnome, as well as two living dolls.
They were lowercase haunted.
Yeah, they'd been with like real souls, animated, and had been left alone for quite a while, and had set up a tea party with the gnome corpse and scribbled all over the house. Yeah. Through our best efforts, they decided they wanted to murder us, in which the third one, I can't remember if that was part of because that was its own thing, the empath,
the unfeeling empath.
Yeah. Which again, we almost all died, but managed to destroy the dolls, kill the empath, take some time in the house, in which we went through into the workshop after getting a little bit better, in which there was the alchemy vine inside the workshop, or the front part of the workshop, and also the little bomb drones.
Clockwork Scouts?
Yeah, the Clockwork Scouts, which we found explode if you break them, unless you're fast enough to disarm the bomb. Though after the fight, we did find a handful of crystal. Oh no, we saved a crystal.
Yeah.
And were able to actually play one of the embedded messages, which were notes from the person from the other room, their notes on what they were working on, which was soul crystal storage, which in the next part of the room is where we found the pommel gem, which was turned into a soul crystal housing the soul of I forget their name. It's here. I need to organize my notes.
Which I don't actually think you learned diegetically ever. It was just that was her name in initiative.
I thought we had some like a notebook or something. I thought we got a notebook.
I don't know.
Yeah, but in that fight is where Baroom got their soul sucked out and sucked into the pommel stone.
I died, but I died.
No, you didn't die yet.
No. I died next to the pommel stone, and rather than my soul going to the great beyond, I got sidetracked.
I think it just literally just it wanted your soul, and because that allowed the trapped soul to escape.
Was it Mulgrave?
Huh?
No. I was trying to remember the spelling of the soul gem person.
Thenur. Thenur.
Though, luckily for an unlucky situation, Baroom was able to take control of the automaton housing the soul crystal.
And it also turned out this place was actually capital H haunted.
Oh yeah, that yeah.
We saw the vision of the city being destroyed by the worm. It's looking for Target.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it hurt.
Yeah.
Hence
Yeah,
Baroom dying.
Hence Baroom dying.
That fight was rough.
Yeah.
I feel like every single big fight you guys have had has been really rough.
Yeah. But yeah, we were able to dispel the haunt, figure out what had happened with Baroom, and also find the pommel stone, though with the pommel stone being currently housing Baroom's soul, we needed to find a lot more information before just slapping it back in the dagger, specifically getting Baroom either put back or reanimated, which I think because that was basically right after that is when we headed right back up to High Helm.
You got the gem and then walked right out of the Darklands.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that was the I have the nerd party goes to the library research subsystem time in my notes. I think that was next. Yeah?
Yes.
Learned so much.
Well, we resurrected you first. Because I think we did the library subsystem after the party.
Yes.
Oh, the party. It was party then library subsystem.
Yep. So we got back and we had roughly 2 weeks before the party, and we had to go through and spend some time figuring out how the fuck do we get Baroom out of this gem.
You earned income to make friends to resurrect me.
Yeah, I decided to go work as a healer person in a church and found somebody who had access to resurrection magic. And we used them to bring Baroom back to life. And it was not cheap.
Nope.
No. Yeah.
And then we went to the party, Clan Tolor Family Festival, which had been just like nebulously in the future.
And then suddenly it wasn't nebulous. It had a date.
Tomorrow.
And what happened at the festival?
We hobnobbed and we made friends and enemies, and
We beat up our enemies with our words. And also, paint. Did we paintball?
There was like a historical reenactment.
Yeah, it was a historical. It was LARPing. There was LARPing.
There was a big LARP. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I thought we paint like he was embarrassed and his clothes were ruined. That's really what I have in brain.
Yeah, he got real big mad and left.
Yep.
And Krohan, who had been hiding his true identity from his family this whole time, presented the dagger and pommel gem with hopes of getting back into his family.
I'm taking just copious fucking notes.
It worked, kind of. but we had to like still do some more stuff because the gem was cursed because it had been turned into a soul gem. And so we had to like cleanse it, which was then our library montage. Like, how do we do this? We learned a bunch of stuff about Targic
At the
and his
festival,
companions.
there was also a letter that was like that was the sort of crowning achievement of the new exhibit that was unveiled or something. Was a letter by King, like the last known letter, something.
A previously unread letter, which was the King Targic abdicating and kind of getting ready to leave.
And you did learn during the library montage that Targic sent out. He wrote a bunch of these letters to each of the Sky Citadels, and because the number is religiously important in apparently very old Tarogdan faith, and not so much anymore, each of these letters was 5 pages long.
Yeah, 5's important.
And I think you still have access to that letter.
We didn't put a copy of that in the.
It is in the journal. It's Targic's letter.
There it is. Yep. This one's only 4 pages long.
That's because he's in a fight with one of the companions.
Yeah.
And of course, we couldn't just go to a library and have it go smoothly. We fought some statues. We fought the ghost of Targic.
To talk to the ghost of Targic.
Well, it was the... because it was from learning too much factual information that disagreed with society's view.
Yeah, the dogma disagreed with the facts or something, yeah.
Yeah, and then the statues came to life to try to stop us from spreading what we had learned. I think.
Stop spreading facts. You can't tell the truth.
Especially not in a library. Throw that shit out.
Yeah.
So what were the things that you learned that pissed them off?
That there's oh no, I'm bad with names. What is the main god?
Torog.
Torog. Was it he had 5 children?
Oh,
where everything says 4 and one of them is basically just no longer existent in the current pantheon. A lot of the depictions of the Targic and his companions don't quite match correctly on what is known, where people were shown to be, and they had a great victory. Like, all the stuff leading up to it, how that happened, not important. What's important is we're this person here that did a real good thing. We're just going to gloss over how that actually happened. Yeah.
Anything else?
The place that Targic was born is called Felgen. Reasonably vague, blah blah.
Can't remember if Targic was born in Falcon. Legit cannot remember.
Birth facts. I just have he was born there, left as a baby. He was not born into Sky Sunder. He was born into a different clan dagger. But somehow changed castes, which does not seem like a thing, but maybe it is if you discover the sky. The companions that he had that are sort of the most prominent are Hrungil, Yuli, Fergaz, Ulki, and Elkepsor. And Fergaz is specifically the anti-Rivithan sort of not anti-Targic, but like not a mirror, an oppositional but depicted gracefully, an oppositional force to Targic and High Helm. Yeah, Fergus just seems like a bit of a dick, but they all seem like terrible people who accomplished quote-unquote great things. Sorry, yeah, I interrupted you, Matt. Sorry.
So as during the quest for Sky, it's depicted that basically Targic and his companions are always like on the same page, going towards the same goals after the quest for Sky. They seem like they're at odds quite often, and seem like there may have been some form of conflict happening.
Yeah. Yeah, they agree on the quest, and then when the quest broke up, they discovered that they hated each other.
I did just confirm Targic was born in Felgen.
Okay.
I think you've covered, if not all of it, a lot of it, and we can move on.
Okay. The statues hate us.
As part of this rite, we learned that we had to go find the worm that was friends with Targic. And to find the worm, we need to talk to her last victim, a Drath Nalar that resides in High Helm. And we don't know any of them, so we had to go do some digging and find out from our fixer, Usa, that what's her name? Jarelga was recently arrested for smuggling. So we decide to try and talk to the Thieves Guild to see if they can get us into the prison or get her out of the prison. I don't know what our goal was there. We talked to the Thieves Guild. And they put us on to bakery, because we had reason to believe something about the bakery. There was some sort of... Oh, in Jarelga's stuff, there was a symbol for the bakery. And it's a front for the Black Noon. And...
it's a front not doing... Like they're exceeding their crime contract with the crime fixers.
So we go and find our friend Egrin from the Tolor Family Festival is there. And we definitely convince him to show us around, and nothing nefarious. Except we've been tricked.
And shocking of shocks, we trigger 5 fights at a time. Do you want to walk through this door? No, I'm never walking anywhere again. I'm just going to stab everybody in a closed room.
Yeah. Yeah, we went to a second location. It was a bad, and then we went to a third location. It was bad decision making.
The only good decision making we made was going to the fourth location and not triggering the second location's gargoyle.
It's true.
It's the only good decision.
Yeah, there's a dwarf that's making like counterfeit weapons, but they're not really they're just like poor quality.
Yeah.
Because she's got ideas. She's got big dreams.
Yeah, she had come up with a way to make this tattoo thing, and like it's a well, she changed the formula for it.
Yeah,
she
so
came
she
up with like a unique way of doing it.
Yeah. Well, so she was given one. And this is just a thing in Clan Mulgrade. It's a poorly kept secret that Clan Mulgrade tattoos are frequently magical. And she was given one of these magical tattoos and then modified it in ways that the orthodoxy of her clan would not tolerate.
I mean, unsanctioned modifications to her tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
She colored it in, and so it looked cool. But she did it with washable markers. That's what Allie does when she's bored at work.
We fought Egrin and knocked him out. Eventually put Archie off to kind of not on fire anymore.
I think Archie's the only reason you and I are alive.
Oh yeah, well not necessarily
he stayed on fire so that we would live.
The fire burned within Archie and without.
Action economy is a real thing, and the actions were better spent staying on fire.
And there was a knife monster that was so good at critting.
That thing was
corkscrew bullshit.
That thing was terrifying.
Everything was fine, and then the next turn, Grom was dying. I think Fetch was also
knocked unconscious from like 80% health. It was ridiculous. I was fine, and then I suddenly wasn't. We found out Egrin is like a fey creature.
That's eaten Egrin's body. Yeah.
Yeah, he's no longer Egrin. He's now a fey creature. Consumed by rage.
That can turn other people into fey creatures by aggravating and basically causing them to become terrible people.
Yeah, it's unclear if Egrin was susceptible to Skelmdom because he was a shitty bastard, or if exposure to a Skelm made him a shitty bastard.
Yes.
Okay.
He was a priest of Drangvit.
That just comes with being a jerk. You can't just be quietly religiously Drangvidian.
Unclear. She's kind of like, she's one of those gods where it's like technically there are good aspects to her, but also like she's the goddess of debt, pursuit, and vengeance. None of those are good things. Like capital G good.
I thought there were no capital G alignments anymore.
There aren't anymore, but in Lost Omens High Helm, there were. And her alignments are lawful neutral and lawful evil. So...
Okay.
Oh, so you can bring up alignment and it's fine.
But when actually.
Yes, that is my privilege. Thank you for noticing.
You're welcome.
Also, Egrin's being a Skelm explains them trying to tell Scabrellon, hey, do bad things. You should be mad.
Yes.
Because he was trying to make another Skelm.
And the antlers.
Well, it also explains the antlers.
Yes.
And once we had him tied up, we sent Baroom to go get guards so that there was witnesses to the fact that this elder of Clan Tolor isn't actually a dwarf.
The only thing I wrote down was, I find stone reeds. I made it back. The guard saw he's a Skelm.
That about sums it up. We got taken in for questioning by the Deep Sentinels.
Mm-hmm.
And we all, in our own unique ways, avoided the questions or gave them kind of circuitous information or hyperfixated on certain points in Archie's case and just like verbal diarrhea.
I couldn't possibly answer your question about what we were doing down there because your grammar was what? No, they asked about the quest for Sky or what?
No, they triggered the hype. Well, they called Archie a criminal and said, "How long have you been basically a terrible person?" And Archie kind of lost it.
Right. How long have you been criming? I was acquitted.
I was very proud of myself for those questions. Like, that was all ad lib, just based on like previous questions and vibes. Like, I was killing it that day.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, Archie's doesn't always have the best methods to get to the end, but he genuinely feels he is making the world a better place for everyone. And oh yeah, he got real heated.
And so then they let us go because they don't have any evidence with which to hold us. And we go back to the scene of the crime immediately.
Well, they weren't there yet, so we could finish our investigation.
Well, hang
made
on.
sure
I just want to go back. So Archie, we covered. Grom, how did you avoid answering questions? You basically just stared at them, right?
Yeah, I stared at them.
Cool.
I stonewalled.
Yeah.
I was waiting for them to ask me a question because they just came in the room and stared at me, and I stared back.
Great. And then...
And I won that staring contest.
And Baroom.
I think I lied and told stories in alternating fashion. And I can't say I diplomed because that's not a word.
What sucks is I didn't actually write down anything that I was asking you because I was too busy like asking the questions.
Making it up?
Yeah, I was too busy making it up. Also, I'm still getting used to using this fucking keyboard. So my typing speed is only like 65 words a minute, not my normal 120.
Okay.
And it kind of needs like 20% of my brain to do, whereas with a normal keyboard I can just type without thinking.
Yeah, but you type without thinking and destroy your wrists?
Correct.
More?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this thing's super ergonomic and it's real nice.
I'll watch video. I'll find out what I lied and told the truth about. I just recall my biggest thing was not implicating the Black Noon because I want to maintain that relationship.
Got it. Okay. So you immediately went back to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, scene of the crime, and not implicating Tuam because we let her go for do-goodery reasons. I don't quite recall what that was.
Archie had Squire follow Tuam, and I believe we found she just basically beelined it out of the city and used the smuggler tunnels to get out.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think we just let her go because at that point we outnumbered her 3-1, and it was like merciful.
Mm-hmm.
And she gave your stick back.
She gave me back my stick.
Yeah.
I kept her hammer. Though, to be fair, she gave me her hammer.
Yes, yes. I asked very nicely.
This is very nice of her.
She just suddenly had a charitable urge. I think that's one of the reasons we didn't die. Is she lost
very
her,
much so.
She lost her +1 Warhammer.
+1 striking Warhammer.
Yeah.
She spent a lot of actions just trying to get another weapon because you took her Warhammer and then she threw her hatchet at Squire, and those were her 2 weapons.
I approve of this message. Charity is good.
Which I did see that you had taken Charitable Urge as a signature spell so that it can continue to work on higher level enemies.
Yep. Yeah, that's because I have to figure out. Force Barrage sucks. Like, it's going to scale worse and worse.
I mean, now that you have 3rd rank, it's 2 missiles per action.
Yes, it is good
finally
currently.
Better now.
Yeah, it's finally better, is I think what.
Yeah.
The action economy of trying to do a ton of damage is not useful.
Sure.
As a spellcaster and Pathfinder too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we let that was what I was trying to hide from the Deep Sentinels.
Yep.
Scene of the crime, we investigate, we pick up all the paperwork.
Which just happens to come with new tattoo buddy.
Yeah, new tattoo buddy takes us to a secret room with secrets in it. And we get a secret spell book.
There is a spell book. It also gives us a map of all of the illegal tunnels. There's evidence that shows that there is fraud amongst the people that run the prison.
The Broch.
The Broch. Mm-hmm. And there was the 3rd thing. Of course, coded correspondence. Oh, the Mulgrade formulas, yeah.
Yeah.
Proprietary Mulgrade formulas.
Yep.
That we could make so much money selling on the black market.
But we don't. We do the do-gooder thing. And that was the tunnels specifically were a sticking point with Grom. We needed to turn that information over to the correct authorities to avoid cave-ins.
Mm-hmm.
We need to make sure that those were properly shored up and not going to fall in on anybody's head and cause them to start casting magic.
Yeah. You raise these valid points. High Hum thinks we're great now. Glenn Mulgrave owes us. But, secret tunnel through the mountain.
It was secret tunnels with an S.
They were through the mountain with an N at the end.
Yeah.
I don't think Secret Tunnels ruins the song. I think it maintains its class and its, prestige.
So yeah, we get the prison shut down, and those people, do they get imprisoned somewhere else? I don't know how that all works.
No. They all got released for like basically all the court cases were thrown out because everything was
meant
corrupt.
The people, the corrupt people, not the people that were in prison. Did the corrupt people get re-imprisoned elsewhere? Because the corrupt people had to get retried. There was a what's the word? There was doubt on all the people that had been put in prison there because corruption.
You were imprisoning people for money. So how do we know that they actually did what you said they did?
Yeah. So that was part of the reason that happened was when Baroom was investigated, they found evidence that he'd been paying judges to convict and sentence them to the Broch. And so these judges who'd been paid, every single fucking trial they'd presided over since the first time they could prove a bribe happened, every single trial after that was suspect. So a lot of those convictions were overturned.
So we've just destroyed the governing bodies of High Helm for at least like 10 years of just paperwork. To clean it up, they're gonna have to spend like 10 years just.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the question of, does High Helm have double jeopardy? Like, can these people be retried? Don't know.
It's a fantasy magic system. Can't you just cast Zone of Truth and be like, did you commit the crime? Sorry, legally distinct area of honesty.
Oh, God.
Honest orb. And it's a fucking bullshit spell you get at level 1 that's only scales to useful at level 17 or something.
It's called Ring of Truth.
Okay. Do you get it at level 2, but like it's useless until level 15?
So okay, this is interesting. So it was Zone of Truth, pre-master. It's a 3rd rank spell. It was renamed Ring of Truth in the remaster, but they forgot to print a cast time.
So it takes forever and is instantaneous at the same time?
Well, it has a duration of 10 minutes, but it doesn't say how long it takes to cast it. But pre-master, it was a 2-action cast, like most spells. But it literally says, Nethys note, no cast time was printed on Archives of Nethys.
That's incredible.
All right.
And we were told we aren't permitted to leave the we aren't permitted to leave High Home till the trial's over, as we will be probably called. The trial of Egrin is over, because we will probably be called as witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
And we recognize that I think we had a vision of somebody with a torch walking through the tunnel, also in search of the magma worm.
Yeah, so that was a while ago.
We had a vision of that, and so we know that we are on a ticking clock to also find the magma worm. But
with the release of all the people from the Broch, we also have access to Jarelga now.
Yes.
Who can perhaps, yes. So we agreed we wouldn't leave High Helm illegally, because that would probably be bad for us.
Yeah. So some details about the other person looking for the worm. I don't remember a torch. I don't remember describing a torch.
Okay, I think maybe I visualized that.
Because the vision showed you like a specific person, like you could see their face. None of you recognized this person, but they were a Hringar wearing like red robes with gold filigree.
Oh, okay. I think I'm picturing just like a small person in a giant tunnel, like walking with their back to us, was like the mental image I had. That is not what we saw.
Nope.
Cool.
It was a small person in a big tunnel. And you could tell that it was clearly a worm tunnel. You've seen worm tunnels before. You've been in one, so.
And that pretty much takes us up to present.
Yep. Alrighty. That is so much. So I do everything in like a bulleted list, indentation kind of format, and I have 113 lines of recap. That's a lot of details.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So that took longer than I thought, like way longer. So I have a lot more stuff to ask. So I'm going to see if we can maybe move a little bit faster. Otherwise, we're going to spend literally this entire session just asking questions and sort of refocusing. But if that does happen, it's not the end of the world. So that is a really weird next question. So I'm going to rearrange these a little bit. Wrong button. Okay. Yeah, I can get to that in a bit. What do you think your reputation looks like in High Helm? Like, we've established that you've been, like, climbing the levels of reputation, and you did just reach Admired not too long ago, which is apparently 15 to 29, and your reputation's now 20. I can't remember exactly what gave you that jump of 5, because now that you're at Admired, only major favors increase your reputation, and those go 5 at a time.
That was Mulgrave giving back clan secrets.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it was when we gave back the stuff. I didn't remember if it was for the tunnels or if it was for the Mulgrave secrets.
Okay. All right. So yeah, what do you think your reputation like looks like in character, in universe? Like, how are you treated? How are you seen? How often are you recognized? How do you behave?
I feel like it's like getting to the point where it's like, if you go to the market, you have the people that'll stop and be like, wait a minute, you look oddly familiar. Like, they may not have a name, but it'd be like, I heard it something, but not like every person, just kind of starting to get to be a recognizable face. Where people who are more in tune with like everything that's going on would be like, oh yeah, no, that's so and so. And I feel like it would be, I feel like people would generally, if they know us, would be like, yeah, they're fine. Like, they might help you out if you've got issues. You could definitely, they'll do stuff, but also probably wouldn't be the first people to run to if there's like, oh no, there's a disaster, we should go talk to. No, but if you happen to be around, they'd be like, hey, look, this thing that just happened, what you guys up to? Yeah, not like, definitely not some people everybody knows, but kind of every now and then someone would be like, oh, hey, I know who you are. You helped my brother's cousin's roommate that one time.
And you're like,
yeah, I think because our deeds had been spread across like social
strata
lines. It wasn't just we helped just the middle class people. It was like we helped top to bottom. So we probably get recognized fairly regularly. If not, all the time. We're not like a major celebrity walking through the city, but we're fairly well known.
I'd say that just a caveat to that, like, personally, Baroom is not recognized at all, and I would think that like people ask you like, where'd your little mushroom guy go? Your little mushroom mascot friend? It's like having a bit of an identity crisis of people being like, yeah, all the heroes, that Baroom guy and this other guy, like that, and then being like, I helped, and like, and you are
okay.
I think that might be true a little bit.
Baroom?
I think over the course of like quote unquote city arrest, house arrest month, towards the end perhaps, but at the beginning, still in the midst of a resurrection identity crisis, no. Like, I am sort of playing my identity low key for a while.
Okay.
And I think a lot of like the more prominent things that we did, especially recently in the city, you were Dwarf Baroom. Like you were Dwarf Baroom at the Tolar Family Festival, where we were revealed as part of the group that found Targic's clan dagger. Like that was Dwarf Baroom that did that. That wasn't Mushroom Baroom.
Yeah.
This is so. I think you, as a dwarf, have a name in your own right. It might not be as widespread, but I do think the stuff that we're doing before we went to the Darklands wasn't as
significant. Yeah, it wasn't
significant.
as yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, you hear about that? Those two dwarves and that gnome that busted up that counterfeiting ring down in the depths. Like that was new Baroom. That wasn't old Baroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Grom, what do you think your reputation is like at Vanderholl? Which I don't know how to pronounce that word differently from your last name, which is also Vanderholl. It's like Vanderholl Hall versus Vanderhall.
Yes. What is my reputation like around Vanderholl? I think I'm like the nerd amongst the jocks now, but like in a good way. Because like Vanderholl is known as a clan for being the like blue collar.
Yeah, you're an Iron Hill, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And so like for most of my life, I had spent doing mining and that sort of stuff, and now I've moved on and moved up in the mountain, literally, and I'm spending more time in libraries and so I probably get that joking. Oh well, thanks for showing your face around here.
Got it. So like the one person in the family who went to college and is now a doctor.
Right.
Okay.
But
Guys,
like
going to college, getting concussive damage.
I mean, some people might say that.
Some people would say that, and also, demonstrably no. Going to college makes you more left-leaning, and having brain damage makes you more right-leaning. Fetterman. Fucker.
Oh no. Politics in my fantasy setting? I don't think so.
Brain damage makes you conservative. Who'd have thunk?
Brain damage and lead poisoning.
That too.
Which
also
is
propaganda.
Just, I was gonna say lead poisoning is just brain damage that you can lick.
Oh God.
But yeah, I do think that like the stories of exploits that I have taken part in make their way around Vanderholl. Especially like finding the Targic's clan dagger. Like that's a big deal.
Yeah.
You won the big game and then found the dagger of the founder of dwarfdom.
Yep, he founded dwarves. That's what Targic did.
Well, that was part of the. That was part of the thing, right? That in the hall where the statues attacked us, that the certain artists carved them almost deifically, like in a almost sacrilegious way.
In a vaguely sacrilegious demigod sort of way.
Oh, like demigod sort of way.
They definitely lacked the visual motifs of godhood, which, to use a modern example, would be like the halo, like the Byzantine halo kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not that, obviously, but like those are things reserved for actual deities. But a lot of the other motifs of divinity would be used for Targic's cadre. Cater? I don't actually know.
Cadre. I think it's a cadre.
Okay. I have a reader's accent.
Bass and bass are the same thing.
I apologize to stream because you are going to hear this.
Cadre.
Cadre. Okay.
It's not the same as Sahuagin, but whatever.
That was Matt fucking Mercer too.
Excuse you, it was Mark Mercer. Thank you. Famously a ball of lint on a bus.
What's weird is I was actually thinking about that word earlier today, and it is pronounced Sahuagin.
Oh, okay.
Sahuagin.
Okay.
Sahuagin. Sahuagin. Archie, we've gone specifically into Baroom and Grom. How are you seen throughout High Helm? You try to stay the fuck away from Silver Stalls. You've been holding up a lot.
Yeah, I think Archie's probably a very much of, if Archie's completely by himself, people may not necessarily recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
But if you set Archie next to, like, Grom,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, oh yeah, it's Grom and Archie, or Baroom, Archie, and Grom. Definitely is attached, but necessarily on his own, because I feel like he kind of doesn't do much out by himself.
Mm-hmm.
He tends to either keep himself locked away or stays with the group.
So how does that interact with the fact that you are a Drathnalar in a city that does not see very many of them?
No.
Like, you're noticeable. You're notable, but I'm wondering how.
I wonder if it would be more of a bet of maybe like he does get recognized,
Mm-hmm.
But then the recognition goes back to, oh, that's Archie. Yeah, he's with Grom and Baroom. A lot of is recognized. That recognition goes back to being part of the group.
Got it.
I feel like a lot of the stuff Archie was doing beforehand came out more when he was outside of the city.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there would be as much, because like the engineering stuff and when he was actively building, that was done mostly behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
And when it was brought out and displayed, it was done outside of the city.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't in High Helm. That was to the south. It's the big
the
city.
World's Fair.
Yeah, it's the big city right across the sea from the fuck Absalom. Jesus, I had to look at my bookshelf.
Yeah.
But Absalom is not the city you were in. It was. Give me map.
I know it's here somewhere.
Give me map. Zoom out.
-5.
Almas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think a lot
Great
of
Andorran Fair.
Yeah. So for the most part, Archie recognizable, but I feel like the recognition would move back towards the group a lot, or toward Squire, where it's like, oh, it's Archie, it's with Grom, Baroom. Don't watch out. He has a rabid pine marten that hangs out with him.
Okay. There's an interesting I don't know if interesting is the right word. There is a notable sort of undercurrent of like vague racism in that kind of recognition. Like, oh hey, that's Archie. That's the guy in the dwarf party. Those dwarves who did that cool thing. Archie was there too. Is that sort of what you're getting at?
Not necessarily in that
Because this is High Helm. It's like 80% dwarf.
Yeah. More of
83% dwarf.
Yeah. More of a part where Archie's, like I said, he kind of does keep to himself, or, and it's like the times where he's much more out there tends to be the library, or where they're out, like where there's not a lot of people around. And I feel like it's more of people don't necessarily know him, but they know the people he's been associated with.
Okay. All right. Cool. Alrighty. I think we have talked about your reputation plenty, so let's move on to what stands out to you about how you portrayed your character at the family festival. Also, I have so many fucking questions. This is definitely going to be a full session.
I definitely think for Archie, his big driving one at that point was like the first time he'd actually had terrible things happen to a close friend. And during the family fair, when he was trying to get more information about the soul trap of trying to figure out a way to cleanse the pommel stone and helping get that fixed, because that was because that's what we were looking at doing at that point, was and definitely trying to find out more about that. I feel like Archie kind of did his lean definitely more into the book learning and trying to hunt down what he could do to learn more. I definitely feel like he's someone, when he finds an interest and finds that interest could be helpful or is what they need for the next step, he wants to dive in and learn as much as he can about it. And sometimes the resources are people instead of books.
Sure. What was this a way of coping with the terrible things that had happened, or
this was 100% of having felt powerless in the event that had happened and trying to find a way to maybe claw back a little bit of control, and even though he didn't do anything specifically wrong, making amends of feeling like he's doing the right thing.
Alrighty. Very detailed, thank you. Grom or Baroom?
Antagonist. I think that probably because there was space between it. Antagonism, honestly, I don't know the term for them. I said Drangvit. Like, I think antagonism towards the worshippers of Drangvit, because I was explicitly antagonistic towards Ygritte. Maybe that will have lessened, because now we know that Ygritte was a Skelm. But in the intervening time, and assuming that Skelms have interloped in the Drangvit worshippers, I just think like Baroom painted a sort of target on their back from that faction. And standing up to bullies, kind of, because I think that was like what Ygritte was sort of doing constantly in a social encounter sort of a way, and Baroom was throwing like charisma attacks, quote unquote, back at him. And making a good impression on Krohan's grandma. That, I think, was the other like sort of major goal, was like a matriarch of Clan Tolor getting her to like us. At the time, it was in furtherance of getting her to like us so that we could pass that goodwill onto Krohan, but hopefully that like sort of stuck around. That was kind of the sort of, I think, main impressions that Baroom left behind. Oh, and talking with the bone caller, the bone speaker. That guy. That making a good impression on him. I think that may have been more Grom though. Talking to him.
I don't think it. I think Archie did.
Was it Archie talking to him?
Yeah, Valahask.
Yeah, that was
Valahask. Yeah,
that was mostly Archie. Yeah, because you realized
because he sniffed the rock.
Yeah, you realized that occultism was one of the more effective skills for influencing.
Yeah, that was.
Okay. Grom.
I think the biggest thing was finding out. I think Grom was realizing how. I don't want to say inept, but that kind of is like he's not great in social situations, and so he kind of floundered for most of this. And he was trying to go in like mission oriented. We have to do this thing to cleanse the crystal, but couldn't quite find where to fit in to get to this point in the mission that they had. And it's like Grom, not a very charismatic person. So even trying to use like the points that he knew about dwarven culture and all of the different things he knew about, growing up in High Helm, and it only helps so much.
Yeah.
When you can't hold a conversation with somebody.
Okay.
I would say that you took those, like, that recognition of skills and, like, fucking crushed the interrogation, though. like took the
that didn't involve having a conversation. That involved specifically not having a conversation.
I'm saying you took what you learned from the Fanny Festival and applied it to the conversations you didn't have during interrogation.
So
it's like kind of realizing that everybody has their strengths and to lean on the party members for their strengths, and like knowing where my weaknesses are.
Okay.
Because understanding your own weaknesses helps you to shore up.
Okay. So is that shore up in terms of find people who can make up for your weaknesses, or in a this is a real weakness of mine, I should work on that kind of way?
Definitely not that one.
Okay.
Grom's almost 200 years old. There's not much
Okay.
fixing this social aspect.
Okay. I was just wondering if you were like planning on like putting a skill increase in diplomacy or something like that. Or I don't
Not likely.
know. I mean, yeah, your charisma's still -1, so
Still -1. Yeah, it's
yeah.
like I know that as a group we have the charisma thing handled.
Right.
That's not where I need to fit in.
Okay. Cool.
I have my own things that I need to do. Mainly
Rocks.
bandaging boo-boos.
Yeah.
Boo-boos and boulders.
Okay. I can get rid of that because we already talked about that. What does Sky Sunder mean to you / your character?
I think it means a lot. It has a great historical relevance as far as dwarven culture is concerned, and especially now with the fact that we've helped to bring it back into the High Helm, and the fact that we've talked to the spirit of Tarkic and have been given essentially permission to carry it with us to unlock it. Like it has great significance from a historical aspect, but also from like a cultural, like it has a lot of big dwarven importance.
Yeah.
It's bigly important.
Yeah, I definitely think with like Archie is its historical importance of where it came from, of the effects it has had, and then now having found and helped put it back together and bring it back, with now all of a sudden there's more to do, is like it has a story, it has had a story, the story got altered, and now it looks like there's more story to add to it. And of kind of where it's been, and now where the I'm trying to think of, like, you run into someone and it's like, oh, this person has done all these amazing things, surely they're always going to do amazing things going forward. Here's this magical dagger that has done amazing things. I wonder what it's going to do next. Possibly
the
having
burden of an artifact. Yeah.
And possibly having too much excitement to see what will happen.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just writing this down before I move on. And how does Archie feel about the fact that he is now part of the history of a thing that is part of the quest for Sky?
I don't know if that is fully sunk into Archie yet. I think he's still... I think he's kind of at the cusp of realizing that he's suddenly being pulled into a lot of the stuff he's looked at and researched, but is still kind of on the he's there wanting to take notes and see without actually being like, oh wait, I'm actually here doing stuff, I'm not just writing things down.
Okay, so definitely sees himself as more of a an interested party than a party to events.
Oh, he's definitely planning on his plan is to write a book on this when it's done.
Okay. Interested party rather than participant. Thus far. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Baroom.
I think, because the Uniter of Clans is a dwarf beard ornament, and Baroom got it as a mushling. I think that there is a little mushroom dude. I think there is a sense of like providence, destiny, or whatever that they're coming to terms with, of like, this thing is called this relic is known as the Uniter of Clans, and it is meant to be woven into the beard of a dwarf. I incidentally was not a dwarf when I got it, but I've maybe always been a dwarf. I don't know who I was ever, but this is clearly a part of me, and it's like my duty to... It is not a mistake that I was resurrected as a dwarf. Statistically, it was unlikely I wouldn't be. But it is not a mistake that I am now a dwarf and am now able to wear this properly and now feel sort of, like Matt said, or Archie said, like burdened with the purpose of this object,
Burdened
but
with glorious purpose.
But specifically in my new life as a dwarf. Like, that is inextricably connected to that. And I don't think Baroom's worked out what that means. They just feel like it's important.
Okay. Okay. I do just want to make sure that you're aware of the detail that Uniter of Clans was literally Targic's beard clasp.
Yes. Okay. It was all Targic's artifacts, right?
Yes. Yeah. Sky Sunder was his dagger. Uniter of Clans was his beard clasp, and what's the other one called?
That adamantine echo.
Yes, that adamantine echo was a shard of Targic's pauldron. Yes. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, it's tying me to this quest in a not weird way, but in a way that needs to be unraveled further.
Yeah, I suppose this question really should have been, what do your relics mean to your characters, rather than just specifically Sky Sunder. So
okay, yeah.
Archie, I'd love to get your thoughts on Adamantine Echo.
It's kind of, I think, the same
Adamantine Echo. I don't know if that's like a title or its name.
Yeah. I think it's kind of the same with all the relics. It's a piece of the story of he definitely probably. I guess I don't know like how it would be incorporated into what he's wearing, but like because I'm guessing because it was a pauldron piece, so it was up of having like the good luck charm. Where he's like it's randomly
yay big.
Yeah, so he has like one of his shoulders, so it's like just randomly rubbing it at times, just being like, it's like, yeah, it's actually still there. It is there. It's touching a piece of history.
But still does not feel like he's part of it. It's just a thing he has.
Yeah, like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I got the like. There's this thing like this is. He 100% sees it as a piece of Targic's armor. He is currently wearing it and using it, but it's Targic's armor. It's not yet his armor.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So we are at the 2-hour mark. There is a spot I'd like to get to before we take a break, but I don't think we're going to get there quickly. So I think we should just take a break, and I'll deal with my disappointment quietly. This
doesn't sound like it's going to be quietly.
Yeah, this is
It was audible, but yeah.
Right. This is definitely much more discussion and detail than I was anticipating, or maybe I'm just an idiot. I did have something like 80 lines of text in my questions that I had written out. So, I mean, this file is now 230 lines long. 113 of that was just the recap, and now I've got another 40 lines of the questions we've done since then. So this is all great info, and this is going to help me immensely in writing more and more content later, or like refining the content that's in the module, removing bits that suck and adding better stuff in their place, because I don't want to just add more, because that makes bloat.
Yeah. 90-minute movies.
90-minute movies. All right. So we will be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. All three of you. I don't know who's here anymore.
Peoples.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll be back in a bit. And yeah. Bye.
Herb.
Welcome back. We're playing Pathfinder.
Allegedly.
Again.
Theoretically?
But forever.
Uh-huh. Okay, so I did just, I think, fix the alert box, so I want to test it. Twitch sub. I didn't hear it, but it looked like Streamlabs did, so that sounds like a monitor thing. Like
I heard it.
Oh, you heard it on the stream?
Yeah, I unmuted the stream.
You talking, so I heard the echo, but also the faint.
Cool. Tight. All right, well that works. So, but I can't hear it, which is kind of a problem. There should be an option for me to monitor. Advanced audio properties. Monitoring. Ooh, monitor and output. Yeah. Cool. Tight. Okay.
Noise.
I guess I'll just test it one more time then, just to make sure I can hear it. Hey, I can hear it. Cool beans. Okay. Well, with that handled, let's get back to questions. So this next section of questions is, well, I guess I can just do that one first. I'll do that one first before moving on. Which of the NPCs that you've met has been your favorite?
Usa?
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'm going back and forth between Usa or Fazil.
Okay.
I like Rhea, but I think she teeter-totters between, like, important quest giver, provider of lore, and connect. Like, she's so useful that I struggle to displace between, like, her utilitarian and her. Oh, Krohan. He was very useful as a counterpointed by Krohan, who was super useful but had such a big personality that, like, I felt like the fight between Grom and Krohan over the dagger felt like the realest NPC to PC. Like, that felt awesome as a player.
That's why I was going to say Krohan too, because we had such opposing views on certain things. It gave me a good person to kind of clash with. And I think that was like a memorable NPC moment.
Okay. Neat. Matt, did you want to amend yours now that everyone's jumping on the Krohan train?
I don't know. I still like Usa. Kind of because it feels like the times where we have come across Usa, it's like not necessarily you're now running into this NPC because that's the part of the story you've now gotten to. She's kind of there, and then just kind of everything going on. There's a lot of the more the down to earth NPC with able to just kind of throw random stuff at us. I don't know. I like the way she comes across.
Okay.
Where it feels like for the most part the interactions have been specifically us hunting her down, not necessarily we gotta do the thing and then report back, if that makes sense.
Is it because she's like not a specifically like story relevant NPC?
I think so.
Okay.
I kind of like the
Okay.
the side characters.
Yeah.
Is she like she feels a bit more important because we made her so? Like she has like skill sets, and we knowing that and having a good rapport with her have like pulled ourselves into making her more important to us as players of this game, not just because the book says so.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Neat. All right. Well, thank you for those insights. All right. So now I have some questions for specific characters. So Archie, what do you think about the cult that's after you? What do you know about them? Two separate questions. What do you think about them? What do you know about them?
Very interested. Of the kind of trying to figure out, was Archie involved in this cult unknowingly? Is this cult something that came up after, like, of trying to figure out how deep those connections go? And then also, like I said, just a lot of curiosity. What are their drives? What are they searching for? What is actually happening with why they're wanting to bring Archie back in? And definitely a story point I want to dive into, and I think it's something Archie's hesitant but wanting to, now that they have come out, of figuring out and getting to the bottom of. For the most part, I think what they are in, basically the crafting area, have something to do with craftsmen's guilds, engineering guilds, something in that vein. Worshipping possibly a deity that is not a part of the Dwarven pantheon, or possibly demonic. And if they're actually sending people, they must have some type of pull or the power to pull strings of some variety. And then, because I remember, because we were looking around and had what Krohan, I think, found kind of an inn with the cult while we were looking.
Grom.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, Grom. And definitely being like, at the time of like, no, we cannot afford to look at this at all, which had to do with the soul capturing, or the better holding a soul in
I was
a device.
dead. We were trying to fix that, and we found that by accident.
Yeah, which brings up a lot more questions of why would they be interested in that type of technology or have knowledge of something like that. A feeling like there's something happening in the background.
Okay.
But for the most part, I think what's known is a list of questions of things that would like to figure out.
Okay. Jordan, what details did you get when you stumbled across them?
Let me see if I have it in my notes. didn't mark anything down. I know I was asking questions into the market area.
The silver stalls?
Yeah, I was asking questions in silver stalls about objects that hold souls and that sort of thing, and everyone was kind of standoffish, except for them.
Yeah.
I have a couple lines of the glory of living forever through bonding soul with machine. And then just the line, House of Ash is watching. I take great notes.
I do a lot of doodling. Like, this is what that sign says.
Right. The House of Ash is watching. There have been rumors. There's a disgruntled engineer, the city, known as the Ash Engineer, and a cult that follows them that operates in or around Highhelm. I do have that. So their leader is probably called the Ash Engineer? Maybe?
Or that's, the title of
Supremacy of immortality through machines. But they're giving off culty vibes. It's right. It says it right there in my notes. They give off culty vibes.
probably.
So it has to be true.
cult.
It's in my notes.
Nice. Okay. All right. Cool. Tight. Baroom.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about your reincarnation? What are your thoughts about the fact that you apparently have a soul that smells dwarven?
Current thoughts are I am Baroom, and whoever I was before is dead. Aren's thoughts are it would be cool to know who I was before Scabrellon reincarnated me.
Okay.
But I think that Baroom's not ready to deal with that yet. I think that, like, Baroom is still very attached to their Leshy prior 6 years of life. And so they are sort of coming to terms with what those, like, Leshy goals and Leshy feelings look like through a dwarven lens. Because they did have an obsession with dwarves as a Leshy.
Yeah.
That, in a macro sense, if Baroom went to therapy, they might unpack that and go like, oh, maybe it was connected. But they're not going to do that. So I think that they're currently just like, okay, I'm still me, and like trying to sort of absorb, I'm still me. I can still accomplish the goals that I had set for my life. That's not off the table because I'm not dead. And then like sort of tying that into what we were talking about earlier with like relics and sort of glorious purpose of just, and isn't it convenient? And I guess I'll sort of dive into through Grom's tutelage. I think like Baroom is very much going to rely on Grom. What does it mean to be a dwarf? So far, it means being irritable and being magic sometimes. But usually, like, when you lose your temper or get hit in the head with a rock, that's how dwarves get magical. How did Crowhan gain his magic?
Well, he regains his magic every time he gets hit really hard.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. That's as far as Baroom's like close relationships with dwarves go. That is how dwarves gain magic. And in my case, the rock was the pommel stone of High King Target.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that ultimately Baroom will need to confront, like, having always been a dwarf, does that, like, eliminate their sort of Leshy free will? And, like, was their Leshy 4 years or 6 years an interlude? Or, like, is that still who they are? I don't know. Aren and Baroom also is not willing to investigate that in this immediate space.
Okay. Cool. No further questions. Grom. How does Grom feel about the stone reed that you spoke to, or didn't speak to, for a while? The one who saved Talk.
He does appreciate the fact that Dwarf was instrumental in saving his brother and doesn't hold the interrogation against them because it's just a dwarf doing their job. It's what he does. He's a deep sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
We were at the scene of maybe a crime. I don't know what crime we would have. I mean, maybe assault or something. I don't know.
Definitely
But,
assault.
I mean, it's self-defense, but he had a job to do. There was an investigation that had to happen. There's no ill will there.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Very, very straightforward feelings. Not
Yeah, no, pretty straightforward.
Not confused about this at all. Cool. All right. I'm going to call that one a miss. Archie, have you given any thought to the identity of your patron?
A little bit, in the vague sense of wondering who they are.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Archie's taken any time to actually sit down and do any investigating about it. I think he is curious, but he's kind of shuffled it into the background because there has always been another pressing matter.
Mm.
Or there's been other stuff going on and he's defaulted into this is a comfortable process of, like, this is a piece of work I can dump myself into and not have to think. He hasn't been in a particular curiosity driven mode in a little bit.
Okay.
But he still, because like his sigil, whenever he drops it, of actually having the added bit of like that mark's not supposed to be there. He's probably going to be looking at digging into it possibly soonish, especially if they do end up having some time locked down in the city before they can leave.
Okay. Remind me what your sigil looks like.
For what he puts down, it is basically, if you were just to, like, in a modern sense, it is a piece of an electrical diagram.
Okay.
I don't know how that translates into fantasy engineering schematics, but it is, in particular, it is a piece of schematic he has made specifically for housing magic for extended periods of time in a device to run continuously in his hopes.
Okay.
So it's really just a bunch of lines in random squiggles that a person would look at and go, I don't know, you scribbled on a wall, I guess.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Yeah, but to him, it's like, no, this line means this, and this squiggle here means that if you invert the chart...
Yeah. And then which part of it is corrupted, modified?
there was a central piece over the top of it, which I believe was a crown in brambles or a crown made of brambles, which was basically sitting over the top of the rest of the sigil in the center.
Let me just double check that. Yeah, bramble crown. The exact description is a little vague, but yep, bramble crown. I obviously did not write very much, and probably ad-libbed more when I described it to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But bramble and crown are the salient details, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. 6 is probably. No, I don't see it here. Yeah. Bramble crown, center of the sigil.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Where was I? Baroom. Has your quest to compose / learn the dwarf song changed at all?
I think that depends on if no, but I think that how, like, I don't have the correct word. How I physically interpret sound has changed so significantly. I think that Baroom is a little freaked out by. Like, I now have ears. Like, the physical mechanism of sound transferal is different now. And, like, magically, I still can interpret it, but it's just different. So I don't think that... Like, I would imagine that the physical, like, just mechanically... Thank you. Mechanically, how sounds are being interpreted by, like, ears and ear bones is so weird now, and like, just what the fuck is happening? But then on that same level, I think almost like in an Archie-like way, I think that Baroom is, oh, but maybe the song sounds different. What does this song sound like? What does that mean if I do it like this? Oh my god, the dwarf song is unlocked. Okay. If anything, I think, like, given the month of lockdown, I think that Baroom will get even more excited to seek it out. Like, in a way that this is not an obsession with the dwarven people. This is an obsession now with, like, I guess my people.
Okay.
And the wrong song was fixed by killing Skibrellon, so like that sort of dissonant horror has been addressed. As far as I'm aware, I've killed it. There's no more wrong music, only right songs.
Right. Okay.
Do you think that maybe you couldn't hear the intricacies and the nuance of the dwarf song because you didn't have ears before?
I would argue that I was hearing it on a different level. Like, I could feel it in the rocks. Although you are rock dwarf, so maybe you heard it better. I don't know. I
don't hear anything.
I thought you had tinnitus.
There's that. It's just this, like, constant buzzing.
Yeah.
This drone in my ears.
It sounds a whole lot like...
Zoom cut that out mostly.
Yep.
Oh no.
Okay.
You got the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Grom. What ideas do you have at this point about the vision that started Grom on the way to Druidism? Way of Druidism? Yeah.
Trying to remember specifically what that was, because I have it written down somewhere. Sense of descent. So that was the first thing that led him to trying to get involved with Clan Tolor, because the vision told him to retrace the steps of the quest for Sky. And now I think that we've been doing all these things and he's closer than ever to at least starting that journey. All these things that we've been doing now have been leading up to him delving into the Darklands properly. What was the question specifically again? I'm trying to think if I answered it all.
What ideas do you have about the vision?
What ideas do I have? So there's been a lot of there's an unbroken record of stone that will be broken. There's a lot of imagery, a lot of what I think things that point to Targic's tomb, and we've been getting a lot more like confirmation of that with the stuff that we've been gathering, at least recently, and with the letter at the festival, and then all of the research we did in the library. And a lot of that speaks to the record being broken. So like this is it's all like it's popping into place finally. Like we've been taking these steps to get there, and now things seem to be lining up with what he saw.
Okay. So definitely feel like you're on the right track and not like, I still don't understand what the fuck this is about and I don't know what to do about it.
Right. And it's whether or not that's true, I don't know, but the events that have taken place recently make it feel like we're on the right track.
Okay. All right. And how do you, Jordan, feel about it as a character hook, as a knife? Is it effective? Is it compelling? Is it just something that's kind of there and you're like, I mean, maybe I'll understand it at some point?
I think on its own, it's just kind of there. But because we keep getting all these things that like tie to it, it makes it more relevant.
Okay.
So it is just kind of there, but it's also not just kind of there because all these things keep pointing back to it.
Okay. Okay. And is that something that you've been sort of cognizant of throughout, or are you just sort of now piecing that together because I'm asking?
The latter.
Okay, cool. So that's kind of what I was getting at with like.
It was
compelling?
like it was always there, like something I knew it was a thing that had happened,
Yeah.
but the specifics kind of were lost in my brain.
Yeah.
But looking back at these things, like I can see where they're all tying back to it, and that's a Jordan problem.
Yeah. I mean, Yes and no. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is I want to make sure that's basically what this section is hey, how effective are your knives at knifing?
Right.
And it sounds like this one is not incredibly effective. Like it's something it's fun to see unfold, but it's not a driving force, is what I'm hearing.
Right.
Okay.
Like it was the initial driving force, but I
Right.
think it's lost a little bit of its muster.
Yeah. Okay.
It took me years to know that was lost a bit of its mustard. Was not mustard. Like, because I thought it was like a seasoning pun. I thought it was like a seasoning sort of, like throw some mustard on it, make it spicy, jazz it up. And so I was like, yeah, it's lost its mustard. It took me a very long time for someone to correct. Did you say mustard with a D at the end? And I was like, yeah. As it turns out, that is incorrect.
I don't know. It's going to be a thing now. Making it a thing.
Okay. So probably should have done this before the knives, but oh well. This is the part where I will invite you to ask questions about any unresolved threads that we have not already explored today, and I will do my damnedest not to ruin anything with my answer. Like if it's obviously like something that you will find out eventually, I'm just going to tell you that. But if it's something that like you just kind of missed or didn't pay attention to, if there's anything you're super curious about.
I think that this is a question. Are the Black Noon Gauntlet a continued threat / major faction? I, Aren, suspect that will be evident through the course of the book. Like, it felt like a thread we chose not to pick up initially. And then they came back up in a way where I went, oh, that wasn't an optional ignore to join the Black Noon Gauntlet thing. Like, they are gonna come up.
I will say that will become evident in time.
Okay, cool.
I will decline to answer.
Okay.
Where do you go?
I'm sure there are things that I have questions about. I just don't have... Like, it's very easy in the moment when we're going through a section to think, oh, I wonder what's going on with that. But it's like, I probably should start keeping track of those questions. I just haven't been.
Okay.
Yeah, because like most of the questions I have, I feel like the threads are still currently progressing. Where it's like, I kind of feel like with the Black Noon stuff, it feels like we just did a bunch. They were associated, and one of them was still trying to get stuff from us.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out stuff with the patron, the Ash cult, of Crowhan's story, figuring out if he's going with us or staying behind. I think is that one's kind of currently up there. One of the things to figure out, like, is his part still ongoing, or has he been kind of pushed off into spectator NPC?
Okay. I think the answer to that one is actually I don't know. Partially it comes down to whether you want him to continue to be relevant. Sounds like you do. He showed up as a favorite NPC, so one of those things where like I shouldn't just throw that away. But also like I have read all three books, and I have re-skimmed book 2, and I have not reread book 3 at all. So I can't remember what his involvement is later, if any. So long-winded way of saying decline to answer. Yeah. I kind of expected this one to be like sort of a dud question, so yeah. So let's talk about themes and motifs, which is just a huge part of like it's a huge guiding force when I'm trying to come up with like what content to add, how to build personal stories into the campaign. Like I can do whatever the hell I want with personal stories that are not plot relevant, but if those non-plot relevant side stories can still serve the themes or utilize the motifs of the main story, great. So let's talk themes and motifs. So as a reminder, a theme is just a central idea or message of a story, and a motif is a recurring item or passage or thing that supports those themes. So I've got a few themes written down already, but I'd love to hear what your idea of the themes of this campaign are.
I think through kind of our own doing, I think a theme of this campaign is outsiders, sort of like outsiders uncovering dwarven history. That's not quite the, like, there is a theme I feel of not correcting past wrongs, but sort of unearthing past lies, or unearthing current lies, modern lies about the past. I think is like uncovering the truth, but in that specific vein. And I think that we have, through our touch points with the original party composition being Oleshi and a gnome, our original connection to Tolor being a gnome, our like current quest being like seeking out a magma worm to learn the truth. Like there is something where the dwarven kind don't want to know, or it's been hidden from them somehow, and it takes external forces and external resources to dig it up.
Okay. So that plays into the theme that I already had written down of heritage and discovery. And that is a fantastic motif, which I've just written down as using the influence of non-dwarves to shine new light on dwarven history.
Yeah, that is much more concise way of saying the ramble I did. Yeah. Pretend I said that.
Right. Gotcha.
Ad quote, Aren.
Definitely by me.
Right. Okay. Great. Another motif I have under that theme, which is actually, ironically, the exact opposite, is the fact that you've now had, I think, 3 interactions with ghosts of those who walked the quest for Sky?
3.
Maybe it was just 2.
Original haunt.
Maybe it was just the 2.
Oh, well, the ghost of the second haunt had the ghost of the magma worm. Does that count?
Sure. Like,
and he didn't walk it, he crawled it, but like,
sure. You've interacted with the ghosts of those who were part of ancient history.
Yeah.
And you've gotten first-person accounts. Sort of.
It is a little funky that like first-person accounts are so hard to get when like the ancestries of this world are so long-lived. Like
the quest for Sky was 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, but 10,000 years ago, when everybody lives 500 years, is less of a.
I mean, that's like 0 AD.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that, and also like, there's more connectivity. I feel like between long lost history, expected in a world where people live centuries.
But look at the comparison. If you know a normal lifespan is 500 years, that's 20 lifespans. Whereas you compare that to a human lifespan of 100 years, which I'm being a little bit generous for demonstrative purposes, that's 2,000 years ago. Like, that's fucking the time of Christ, which is beyond mythologized. Like that's the kind of shit we're dealing with. Like, imagine talking to the ghost of Jesus and him telling you, yeah, like, I made a deal with some fishermen. Like, I did not take 2 fish and suddenly there were a lot. They made shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Yeah. No, that is a very apt way of. I was thinking more of like, yeah, but it's like, you know, how we have in certain respects, real written and like, we know how they built the pyramids from like the writings of the guys who like
the literal contractors.
Yeah, we have like contractors data where like a very bored man went down to this thing, traded these items, got these rocks, coordinated with this boat guy. He got the rocks.
Yep.
So there is some like the lack of boring connection to that past is interesting.
Yeah. And I will say that there probably are those boring connections, and that's probably how you got a lot of the info that you found in your library montage. Like,
okay,
a lot of that was very likely just piecing things together from tertiary references.
Okay.
Like, you're not going to find Fergaz's personal journal that says, actually, I'm a huge piece of shit. You're going to
find all of his reviewers saying his copper is substandard.
Exactly. Okay, so that's one of the themes.
Okay.
What else?
Destructions of families? I don't know that that's the schisms is a theme.
Say more about that.
I think High Helm presents as like a pretty together city, and then you realize that there are major castes and political delineations between them. I think there is a cohesive nature to dwarfdom, and then you realize that there are major differences between Sky Citadels, and you think that there's this monolith of Targic's quest for Sky, and you realize that it is literally during the quest there were those who turned away.
Mm-hmm.
And that is part of the lore, but not treated as like
evidence of
unrest.
A contradiction to the theme of cohesion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cohesion and schisms. I don't think that's probably a better way of putting it. Yeah, we were a united front up until we had to actually like do the hard work of running a city, and then we fucking hated each other.
Yeah.
Like we literally uncovered holes in the entirety, like tunnels and literal wormholes throughout the entirety of the city. It's rotten at the core, shit like that.
Anything else, Matt, Jordan?
I had vague ideas about what the first one we talked about. I'm not good at verbalizing.
Sure.
But so like that's already like the biggest one in my head is that historical aspect.
Okay.
Yeah. There's one I don't know if it's from just what we're putting out into everything, but also a bit of finding your own place, which is definitely like all of the PCs definitely have. It feels like figuring out where they fit into the grand scheme of everything. And then the same thing with like Krohan is trying to repair stuff, but get back to the place he feels like he should be at. And with going through trying to write, like figure out what's going on with the history, figure out where things have altered of
This honestly sounds like it's a motif that supports that sort of heritage and discovery theme. Each of you and also Krohan are specifically seeking your origins.
Yeah.
Krohan much more literally, and you sort of intellectually. Like Archie's trying to figure out where the fuck he got these powers. And Baroom's trying to figure out what the fuck even am I? And Grom's trying to figure out like where did dwarves start, because apparently that's really important. So, yeah.
Where were dwarves founded?
Where were dwarves founded?
In the dirt.
Yeah.
What came first, the dwarf or the clan dagger?
Yeah.
The first dwarf didn't have a clan dagger.
So I have a theme written down, which is a little hoity-toity, high-minded, which is literally light versus dark. But it's specifically the light of legacy versus the darkness of gray morality. That there are these great deeds that came at a cost.
I think it ties. I was thinking rather than schism and division, I was thinking more like glory and consequence. I think is probably a better sort of description for what I was trying to say. Of like, there is glory, and then there's the shitty logistical after effects, right? There is glory in getting to Sky, and then you have to deal with having literally brought a people through miles and miles and miles of Darkland, There is glory in bringing the united Clan Dagger and Pommel Gem back home, and then it's cursed, and like we gotta fucking deal with that we fixed the curse. Glory.
So glory at a cost.
Yeah, or like glory has a cost.
Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. So one of the motifs of this sort of glory versus the cost, light versus dark. One of the motifs that I've been trying to put forth, and I don't think I've been particularly successful, is physical depth representing not only temporal depth, but also a darkness of soul. That in High Helm, people can be upstanding citizens, you are capable of showing mercy, and in the Darklands, your actions get more violent, less merciful.
I've certainly felt more tempted to do so in the Darklands.
Right.
Yeah.
I would say like that's, whether it's evident or not, I think we've had more conversations in the Darklands about like, do we kill this prisoner? No.
I mean, at the very first outing we had, we got a prisoner, dealt with that for, whatever it was, 2 days, 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think our next trip down, like, we all were like, okay, we need to like not take prisoners. Like, we don't have the stuff to like deal with this right now.
Mm-hmm.
So either let them run away or
I mean, we also found that like grave of orcs, right? Like a mass, not a mass grave, like a I don't remember how many bodies there were.
I don't remember.
Yeah, because I think that was on our way back up.
Yeah.
Where it was like, oh, this is like probably which one was the murdery one?
You might also say several.
Ulki the war crimes ghost. That's what I wrote down. We ran into several orcs that were war crimes, and we went, I don't think that was a note to put down.
We ran into several orcs that had been war crimed.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a feeling we failed a bunch of checks with that one, because it's like
you
did.
Yeah,
there's orcs. They're all manacled together in the bottom of a pit.
Yep.
And
okay. Don't make fun of me for saying we ran into orcs that were war crimes. They were manacled in the bottom of a pit. What else could they have been?
I think part of the problem was that there was a lot of focus on, wait, can we take those manacles? Are they usable?
Check was a crafting check. I think everything else we were like, nature, what do we know about orcs? Fucking shit.
I have a feeling we found out like the manacles were like great, or they were good quality. It's just they were super old and been there forever. But it was like, man, if these were new, they'd be really cool.
Yeah.
But I think that's about all we learned.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that ties into the like, there is a dark, seedy history around every turn in the Darklands.
Yeah. So the one second. Just want to make another note here. The last theme I have is truth-seeking and legend-making, and how they go hand in hand. Or how they're forced to go hand in hand. The motifs that support this are libraries, carvings, historied locations, and the difficulty of piecing together which bits are truth and which bits are legend. And then the other motif I have is the dichotomy between orthodoxy and religious abuse. Just
Yeah,
abuse of the religion.
That's definitely what Egrin and like what it seems like Drangvit is. That's been our exposure to it so far.
Yeah.
Is the sort of vengeful, shitty part of her
portfolio.
Thank you, portfolio. That was the word.
Yeah. Okay. So, of the themes we've discussed, which has felt the most present to you? And which motif or motifs have most supported it?
I'd say one or two.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
I think like sorry, go ahead, Jordan.
No, you take it. You started.
I talk too much.
I would say I was leaning towards the first two. I think the second one has probably been more apparent because we've met more people that have also been going through the finding your place, and because even like Dear Drawley was kind of finding her place with the restaurant, and then now she's kind of done with that and moving on to something else, and of course Crowhan, and then each of us is. So I think that's kind of felt more of like a overarching theme.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what were you saying?
I was going to say I think that sorry, tying in, I think maybe that was three. I think that like by its nature in and of itself, quests are about finding a seedy underbelly, because if everything like was hunky dory. So I think there is a certain nature to just like adventuring in general where things cannot be as they seem. But that has also been, I would say, the thing that felt the most pressing as a character of like there is literally a portion of my backstory that is like there is a terrible discordant noise that made you who you are. And I hate it and I'm going to avoid it for forever. Yep.
Yeah.
But I think that like as quote unquote like the nerd party, there is a certain level of like just study that where we are like, no, something isn't right. I want to learn more, and learning about that dark sort of shitty portion of everything is very who it feels like our characters are built to be.
Okay. It's almost like I guided your character creation so that you'd have characters that can interact with the story in meaningful ways.
That's impossible. This was an accident.
Happy accidents.
I will say that your characters have come a very long way and have changed significantly from session 0. And I cannot take credit for all of that, but... And of course, you know, the actual characters you came up with are your characters, and I just asked a bunch of leading questions and ignored your suggestions that I didn't think would help.
No, you don't actually want that.
Yeah.
I think you did actually just tell me, Aren, I can tell you like this character concept.
I mean, yes,
it's bad.
Yep. I'm gonna look at your list of character concepts because I kept them all, and see which one I think that is.
One was almost too Crowhani to be worth having. Like, I'm a dwarf who ran away to Absalom for unknown reasons.
Yep.
And
yep.
worships a different god. Yep. Yeah, it was like very weird.
Yep. Yeah, that is uncomfortably close to Crowhan.
Yes.
I hate it.
Yeah, you're like, this is bad. And then, like, as we learned more about him, I went, what?
Yeah.
Old place. And yeah, at some point I went, oh, this would have sucked.
Yeah. The juice of this character would be the opportunity to understand and or atone for the atrocity that got them exiled.
Yep.
Incredible.
Twinsies.
Yeah. Also, as a bullet point, I just have cares about his clan dagger.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, that was the one that I was like, I feel like this could be so cool. It could tie in so many different ways. And you're like, nah, Aren, it sucks. Do the mushroom.
Matt, which theme has felt the most present to you?
Like we were talking with like the city versus the Darklands. Of definitely feeling like where the first time I think we went out and it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna go out, try to find some halflings. Nothing productive happened the entire time. We were like, we are not set up for this. Go back to town. And later on going out, taking a prisoner, trying to figure out what we're doing. It is having the definitely getting that feeling of the differences in the setting areas of when you leave the city. It's not just everything gets more dangerous. The gray, the white and black starts developing way more gray areas at the same time, because it's like sometimes it's like, no, we wouldn't ever contemplate just like, oh, there's a person, this is going to be difficult. If we just killed him, we wouldn't have to deal with it. But out in the Darklands, it's like,
that's actually a real option.
Yeah. And kind of having
kill
those...
them and burn them so they don't turn into a mushroom.
Can we do murder about this?
Yeah, and having those moral dilemmas and then running into others or actual monsters or different people where it's like they have no reservations about this. We're like, city might be able to talk a way out of this. This is something out here that is purely hunting for food, and it thinks we're food. Of having that those white and black areas slowly turning into the gray areas, and depending on where you're at, of how those can shift, and when something that you would never think of so all of a sudden goes, this would just be so much easier. There's not really,
You're so right. We didn't think, oh, we should just steal this woman's house until we'd been in the Darklands a couple times, and then you needed an alchemy lab. We have rooms at the inn that are just paid for, like DM fiat, story fiat. We get rooms at an inn, but we were like, we need a place to hide Tall Baroom. Archie needs to do alchemy. Fuck it. We know an abandoned house in the town. We're just like, that gray comes back with you. Ooh. It wasn't. We've been in the Darklands twice, and then we went stealing a house, adverse possession. Whatever. It's fine. It's probably fine. No one's gonna stop us.
Ooh. Darklands is morally gray, and that gray comes back with you. Ooh. I spelled gray 2 different ways.
Yeah. I spell it differently every time I write it. It's fine.
Well, because it came back with you from the Darklands, and so you had to change how it was.
Yeah, it's slightly different gray. Okay. So which theme do you want to be the most present? Which do you think one of the themes would have been more interesting to explore? Do you think one of the themes would be more interesting to explore moving forward? Like, we talked about that one a lot. Like, let's emphasize something else.
Can you list them again?
So the ones I have are heritage and discovery, finding one's place, the Light of Legacy versus the Darkness Beneath, and then I have in brackets Schisms, and then in brackets Glory has a cost, and then Truth Seeking and Legend Making. And there's a secret fifth option of whatever the fuck you want to pitch me. Because like this is like our game, not my game. And, like there's shit that's, you know, supported in the module, but also I can write things.
Sorry, there's an asshole outside honking really loudly, and Zoom just asked me if I was playing music.
Jordan, can you just add the list of shit I need to do for next week? Update the level indicator on screen? Because this says level 4, and that's not true.
We got third rank spells, baby!
Yeet.
They can bring in truth.
Yeah. So with that, it feels like the third option with like the light and dark, like we were saying, like with the Darklands, that's it feels like possibly like the current set or what is happening, because it's like we're probably going to be going back out fairly in some nebulous time.
Yeah.
But at the same time of figuring out the heritage of actually looking into trying to right the wrong conceptions of getting the truth back into the front. So it's I don't know, it's one of those things like trying to figure out with like the story, and it's like there the bits that we have been going through and feeling like where things are currently, where it feels like the story, you know, for going in and actually figuring out what had happened, figuring out the knowledge is tied heavily into the main quest, as it were, for everything, and then it feels like the other big one is kind of the morality along the way, if that makes sense, of what will happen, or what would we do to complete this quest.
That is a really good question. I like that. Alrighty. Jordan.
I tend to agree. I think where we are now, we're poised for another extended stay in the Darklands. So it's going to be unraveling what is commonly known about the Quest for Sky, and then what actually happened, and finding out just how big of a gap there is between the two things. And so I think that's, at least I think that's where we're likely headed in my head.
Okay. Yes, I agree with you. This is a likely course of action, but I wasn't asking for what's likely. I was asking for what you want.
I think, based on what we've gotten so far from what we feel like have been overarching themes, this is a slight shift. So
Okay.
it's a good... It brings something else to the forefront.
Okay.
I would say, personally, like for closure, and not that I'm seeking closure anytime soon, but for closure, like, I want the truth now. Aren and Baroom want to know what is true. So I think that having uncovered that what we know and what is common knowledge is wrong, it feels like that theme is going to come back. It is going to be a part of what's likely to be discovered, and I want that. Yeah. Like connecting to my heritage and who I am and what I am, to me feels like something that will happen in some way, shape, or form along the way, just as a result of my character continuing to grow. But I think that seeking the truth as a theme will cause the other themes to incidentally happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. Okay. Gonna rearrange some sections.
300 lines yet?
298.
Guys, think 2 more things.
Okay. So I had a really cool idea of just getting a sense of which parts of the game you most enjoyed. And the way that I decided to go about it was via the 8 kinds of fun, which you might remember from... No? Okay. You all filled out an application to play as part of the Gilded Troll, and in that application form, I asked, how important to you are each of the 8 kinds of fun? So, in the kind of fun that is sensation, if you could revisit one location just for vibes, which would it be?
Broken alchemy lab.
Cool.
With the tendril alive, like plants plus broken potions and broken clockwork, I think it's just like it's a fun. Yes, it's triggering 3 encounters at once. I instantly heard Aren triggering 3 encounters at once out loud. Yeah, we're gonna fucking trigger a plant and some alchemical potions and a clock. Fuck. We're gonna die.
That was actually one encounter. FYI.
That was the only time.
That was actually one encounter for once. Matt?
So I kind of like the Tolar family crypt when we were there, especially at the point when we found if we turned the lights on, the room looked way different.
Like discovering color in a world of black and white because we have dark vision is so cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, the definitely, because it was like the weirdness of like going in and being like, wait a minute, this is wrong. That's not supposed to say that. Oh, there's definitely fucked up shit going on right now. In having the bit of this is dangerous, but there's also a puzzle to figure out, and there also might be something to fight coming on. Like, just a lot going on, but at the same time, not feeling vastly overwhelmed at the same time.
Okay.
I think I like capital H haunts, like to Matt's point, because they talk to you, so it's like a trap where you're like, I don't know, there's a plate and I didn't see the plate, so now I have an arrow in my head. Whereas you're like, what could this ghost want? Fix my tomb. He wants us to fix his tomb. What's wrong with his tomb?
See, you're answering a later question, so I'll write that down.
Sorry.
Jordan, just for vibes, which location?
I did like the Tolar Crypt. That was a fun thing. It was our first interaction with capital H haunts as a mechanic, and so it introduced something new. That wasn't super complicated. It was like right in front of your face. Here's the thing that you can fix. So I did enjoy that.
Okay. The way you started that sentence, I thought you were gonna say, I really like the Tolar family crypt, but this one was my favorite. And then I heard a full stop.
No, I've been thinking like a lot of the stuff that I liked about that. I liked similar like other locations for similar reasons. It's like I've always in like the tabletop RPG thing. Give me like a dungeon.
Mm.
Give me
Okay.
like so like the crypts did that. The Black Noon Gauntlet did that. The house with the dolls and they kind of did the same. Like I like a dungeon.
Okay.
I liked the dolls for the vibes, but only with the three of you. I don't do horror in places where I'm uncomfortable. Like that is a very hard line for me. Unless I am perfectly comfortable and feel safe, horror is unacceptable.
Great. Okay. Moving on. Fantasy, which is kind of a weirdly named type of fun. It's I'm not even sure. 8 kinds of fun. Did I get that right? Fantasy. Oh my god. No, not you. Is it you? I just want to find the original paper. Fantasy, game as make-believe. That's
Inherent to the system.
yeah. I had a better understanding of this when I wrote these questions, and now I'm blanking. Why are you so tiny? I cannot read you. Living out a game experience as if you were a character in that world. Role-playing games typically index strongly on this type of fun. Yeah. So yes, it is kind of inherent to the fact that it's a role-playing game, but in that vein, which moment has most affirmed or challenged your character's identity? Which moment got you into the fantasy of playing that character?
So this one's for me was the police interrogation scene.
Okay.
You nailed the questions right on of actually feeling like, oh no, that would piss Archie off big time, and just getting that. No, calling Archie a criminal. Yeah, he may not follow the law, but he does not view himself as a bad person or a criminal. And
Okay.
no, yeah, definitely like going in character and having like yeah, that's the character reaction.
Cool. Neat. I was
I think
very proud of that whole sequence. So
I think it was a lot of the interactions with Crohan kind of helped to solidify. Yeah, it was very much like I kind of had strong in character like feel for how I fit in within the dwarven society, and then Crohan, having been exiled from his clan, had negative connotations, and so I had this like negative view of him from the beginning, and it kind of showed in the interactions that we had, which kind of got better over time, but
those views were purely driven by your character and not how you feel about him.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Aren?
I'm just trying to think of when I felt the most Baroomy. And I think it was somewhere I don't have a specific moment, but it was definitely in the like death of Skibrellon, and then the immediate sort of having to flip the script and engage with the Zolgath, there we go. I think there was something to like figuring out how Baroom compartmentalizes and like the I'm so cuddly, I'm so cute, like that being a facade and a masking mechanism,
Mm-hmm.
and like being able to tap into like, oh, that's who that character is. Like I've just gone through the death of my creator, quote unquote, my father. How am I dealing with that? How am I immediately going, well, I don't know how to deal with that. So
So
I
I'm
have
just
charisma.
so I'm
I'm
just
gonna,
gonna double down on this persona that I've built.
yes,
And
to
it
talk our way through a political upheaval in a small community in the Underdark. The depths, the
yeah, Darklands.
Narvoth.
Yeah, Narvoth is the uppermost level of the Darklands.
Yes.
Um,
Like tapping into,
yeah,
oh, my character that I'm role playing has a persona and they're dealing with trauma that I, Aren, don't have to address because my character would.
yeah,
Like that like realizing like, yeah, how am I able to like just flip and just go like, yeah, we're gonna deceive and I'm going to lie to a mimic and then lie to a priest and then pretend to be an innocent victim in like the space of like 12 hours.
right,
Why is that acceptable? Compartmentalizing.
yeah, cool. So it's like meta roleplay.
Yes.
Neat. I like that. I like that a lot. Alrighty. For the narrative type of fun, which ongoing plot thread pulls at your curiosity the most right now? And I could enumerate the ongoing plot threads, but there's kind of a fucking lot of them. Like, I could probably get up to like 30 if I really like nitpick on what constitutes a separate thread.
A separate, yeah. I'm trying to think of the Baroom answer, not the Aren answer.
Oh no, this is absolutely the Aren answer.
No. The Aren answer is dumb. It's I want to know how are the dwarves and the orcs reconciling, considering all the war crimes we're about to uncover. But that's
I
like
mean,
that's valid.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good question. And
I don't think the orcs are unaware of them is the problem. I think it's just the dwarves that are like, well, it didn't matter. They were orcs. It's just the dwarves.
Yeah, that tracks.
There's a reason these two peoples have been fighting for thousands of years. But I don't know that Aren, want to play through that because I don't think that like we don't have an orc in the party, and like I don't know that Aren, want to. Like Aren, am intellectually curious about the lore of Golarion,
mm-hmm.
and I think that is an interesting subset. I don't know that would be interesting for this party to come to terms with.
I think it's definitely an interesting question not to necessarily explore, but keep in mind as you're uncovering things how much you want the world to know.
Okay, that's a much fairer, yeah.
In this state of nascent, tentative peace, how much damage would you cause by bringing this truth to light?
Glory at a consequence, yeah. Like the glory of like, we have discovered the ultimate truth. And everyone going, oh my god, you started 3 wars. Why did you tell us the truth?
Yeah. Yeah,
we can't handle the truth.
Yeah. I'm taking that as your answer.
Yeah, please do, because you made it better than the original question.
Matt?
I think the like it's like there's a bunch of stuff I'm interested in. I think the current highest one is the Ash Cult. and it if they're tied into more, or it like, are they a self-contained entity, or is there something larger at play in the background there? I think that's the current like top one, but like I said, there's like a whole bunch that are coming in right there also.
All right, Jordan.
I think right now the thing that's front and center is the main goal. Finding the worm so that we can find the tomb. Because this is, we've taken all these steps to get us to Jirelga at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have the stepping stone to get to that next point.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what thread I'd be most interested in following. And it's kind of boring because it's like where we're going, but it's like...
There is nothing boring about, hey, I'd like to go on the main quest.
Yeah, thank you for not rejecting the fucking call.
Just like there's a bunch of other like the Cult of Ash. That's something that I've interacted with, and it's like, why were they looking for more information on objects that can hold souls? I don't have time for that right now. We have to go find a magma worm. Like,
until I died, and then you're like, all right, magma worm, hold please.
Yeah,
we didn't know we needed to find the magma worm until after you were back alive. So.
Yeah. And I think that's what they was like. It was like the Ash cult and trying to figure out. It's like the main storyline's right there, but also as of the last time, there was the talk of we're not really supposed to leave the city for like 30 days, and being like, the Ash cult's here, and if we're gonna hang out,
yeah.
But like, yeah, as soon as we're free. Let's go.
All right, Ash cult, back burner. Fuck you. Magma worm, let's go.
Can we dismantle the cult in 30 days?
I think the question is more, can we dismantle the cult in like more than a day? Just how adventures go. Right? You discover accidentally that it's only been 3 hours since the beginning of the adventuring day.
It's been 4 sessions, but it's only been 6 hours.
At least it's not a 4-session power-up scene.
No, it's 4 sessions. It's been 22 rounds of combat. We still refuse to die.
If 22 rounds of combat takes 4 sessions, stop playing D&D 4th edition.
We are, I'm not even joking, we're level 40. We're level 30 now.
I was gonna say
no, we're not 40. We're not playing with like homebrew epic rolls.
But you're level 30. You have achieved your epic destinies.
We are going to use our epic destinies. I don't even remember what we're doing with them right now.
So how many people in your party picked a lich?
None.
How about demigod?
1 person, and that's because Bahamut died, and we have his soul or his quintessence, and like we stole it from Tiamat before she could eat it. It's complicated.
Great. Okay, moving on. For the challenge kind of fun, which fight, encounter, challenge, etc. felt the most compelling and fun? Aren, you already answered haunts.
I have a second answer.
Cool. What is it?
The research subsystem was so fucking. We're just so good at it.
I love that. That's incredible.
There's a satisfaction to hitting the thing of going, oh, we don't kill fast, we read book fast. Fuck yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to do it all the time because I think you were supposed to have a certain number of rounds and you're like, guys, you've answered all the questions. I have no more info to give. Let's stop.
No, you literally did so well that you had a total of 10 rounds in which to get as much info as you could.
We stopped at round 7.
And so it was after 7 rounds, there were 2 more points for you to get. I'm like, there is 0 fucking chance that you don't get those last 2 points in 3 fucking rounds.
I wrote round 8. We win.
Yeah, exactly. I was just like, we're gonna stop rolling dice. Oh, because not only was it you got very close to getting the number of points numerically, but also I had been piecemealing the info as best I could and ended up running out of info a little bit before you hit the max points. But also that's kind of designed into that particular challenge because the highest threshold of points is literally you confirm some earlier findings. But it had mechanical implications for the ritual. It helped lower the DCs.
Yeah. I like I said, I loved being really good at something. That's more just I discovered why we built our characters the way we did.
Yeah. Jordan, you look like you have an answer.
No.
Cool. Matt, you look
I
like
do
you're
appreciate.
still thinking.
I do appreciate that there are these subsystems that exist, so it's not just fight, hit each other, do the damage thing, and then move on. That there are the research subsystem, and then the social one that we did, and so I do appreciate that those things are built into the system.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a sucker for a good fight.
Okay, so what was the best fight?
that Egrin fight was very high stakes and went off the rails quite a bit, but it felt like we had a fairly good understanding of the combat system, and we were using things that weren't just attack or cast spell. It was a fairly well-rounded use of the system provided to us.
Sure.
So I think that was a pretty good culmination of 25 plus sessions of playing Pathfinder. So we're finally getting into the nitty gritty of combat.
I'm so excited to fight with a fighter. I'm so excited to buff a fighter. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, I think
to change everything we know.
Yeah, I think also the Egrin fight sticks out the most. It felt like that had the most potential for catastrophic failure that we had, but at the same time, it felt like at the beginning, we weren't doing terribly to start with. I know there was a lot of dice issues where the first few rounds were just no one could do anything.
Yeah, very little happened the entire first 3 rounds.
Yeah,
we opened and closed doors.
Yep.
But the feeling where it's because I like having that bit of extra challenge where it's there's the potential you're gonna lose. You have a fight where it's okay, you got a ghoul or 2. It's you don't want to get too beat up for the big fight.
Right.
But then the big fight, when it happens, it's not well, I guess we're done. We lose. But that challenge. Yeah, I think I like that one.
Okay.
But like everyone's been saying, the other systems are a lot of fun of having. This is technically not combat, but it is an encounter.
Yeah. Cool. Tight. Sounds like everyone's pretty on the same page on this. Subsystems are cool. That last fight was really awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to our 5th type of fun, fellowship. Which inter-party relationship, including Krohan, have you most enjoyed? And this could very well be a relationship that doesn't include your character.
I think I've enjoyed the relationship with Krohan. I'll take that. My Grom's relationship with Krohan, I think, has been my favorite thing to play out.
Okay. Cool.
And I do think it's probably like the deepest relationship, I think. Like it might not seem it but it like it felt the deepest because it's been more like an
nuance.
Understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think Grom and Krohan and going back and forth with the dagger and that was a great scene where Krohan was like, "Give me the dagger."
Yeah, I was worried he was gonna stab you. That was very tense. Yeah.
I mean, how is he gonna get things like emotional distress anger dwarf as an episode title? Like,
Yeah.
I think that says all you need to say about the relationship there. That's something that's that impactful that it becomes like a thing.
Yeah.
And then like at the party as a general, I feel like with how things are going, everyone is kind of like, we're at the point where like everyone's known each other for at least a little bit of time and just kind of go with the weird shenanigans that happens. Where it's like, there hasn't been too much direct conflict. There's been minor disagreements here and there, or when one person has we should do this with X item, and having no, that's like a hard no, and we have been able to navigate all those situations without any explosions happening. But as of like
want explosions?
I figure there will be eventually, but we like with the Grom and Krohan, it is. I felt like that was that there was a lot of sparks coming off.
Yeah.
There, I think going forward, tension's not a terrible thing as long as it's not drives to the question of why would this character still be here.
Okay, so sparks flying, yes. Explosions, no.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Aren.
I like the moments where Baroom can rely on Grom as a mentor. And it's usually been like more silly moments, but it's been like, don't you just do this? And just Grom's like, no. But I appreciate on a certain level, like the Baroom Archie, like the similarities between the Gnome obsession sort of lore and the way that I accidentally made Baroom and their ties to the campaign, like that sort of chaos obsession, I find very compelling. And then, like, it leading to death, doom, and destruction. Like, I do not think it's a coincidence that Grom went, I'm gonna sneak off into this other room, and Archie and Baroom accidentally triggered Ygritte and like I don't think that's or like those same two characters walked into a doll fight, and Grom's like, what the fuck's going on in there? And we're like, this doll found it. They're dolls. Like,
yeah.
chaos trigger the trap. I want to see how it works and how it happens. And there being though like a more like I think that there are shockingly different connections with each party member that I think like Baroom finds that have different moments. I feel like there's more to do with each of them, but I like how they've each had their own sort of breathing space. Which is not an answer, because the answer is all of them.
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah. And Archie and Baroom should not be left unsupervised.
Okay.
I agree. Archie and Baroom should not be left unsupervised, and I
Yes.
guess that falls on me.
True.
Yeah.
Well, there's Sparky
First-
now.
Sure.
All right. So we've got 3 more kinds of fun, and then I did want to get to just a short discussion about what comes next in the story, like actually content-wise, what your expectations are. And we are already over time just a little bit, so I'm going to try to make this a little faster. So 6th type of fun, discovery. What is the most intriguing thing you have learned about dwarves or High Helm? Or honestly fucking anything, but...
The big one is when we're in the library going over and basically finding the dwarven pantheon of being like, oh yeah, there's like the 4, like the children of Tol, and then being like, wait, no, there's a 5th one. What?
1, 2,
No,
3,
the-
4, 5. 5?
Yeah, of having this could have major implications down the road. Like it feels like there's a lot more to learn in that direction.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the first thing I thought of, was just the difference between what is...
Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Jordan froze.
It wasn't me. I appreciate that it's not
It
my
wasn't you.
Okay.
All right,
I'm
Aren. You go.
Same. 7.
What?
I said I had the same answer. I thought that the discoveries in the library
Okay.
were the coolest, like, aha moment, I thought.
Okay. Okay.
I have to pull out my phone to look at. Uh-oh.
I
Your
can
head
rearrange
moved.
People. Jordan's back.
I have returned.
You have returned.
No, I'm the Jordan now.
It was weird because I could still hear you for seconds after. I was like, "Oh no, Jordan froze."
Oh, weird. Okay.
Aren, you go. Aren, you go. I heard
Same.
all of that.
Weird. Okay. So Jordan, you were saying.
The
Libraries.
difference between what is commonly held as true and what is actually true.
Okay.
So similar to what Matt was saying, just that the fact that there is that much of a difference.
Okay.
Pretty significant differences.
Right.
Fundamental to religion differences.
Yeah. Okay. Expression fun. Which moment thus far has felt the most perfectly in character for you? And I think Aren kind of already answered this.
Yeah.
Aren said, I'm thinking of when I felt the most Baroomy. So,
Yeah. I'm good.
cool.
Not giving Krohan the dagger.
Cool.
That's when I learned the most about Grom.
That's when I learned the most about Krohan. Honestly. Like, I don't know if you remember this, but I sat there for like 2 minutes thinking,
Yeah.
how does Krohan behave? What let me think through all of everything I know about him to figure out how he responds to this one pivotal moment. What would he do? Demand Grom's dagger. Because he can't back down.
Yeah.
And that
it was too big of too important of an item,
yeah.
and the trust still wasn't there,
Yeah.
and Grom wouldn't have given it to Krohan in that moment.
Yeah.
For with Archie, it either the interrogation scene, because like they said, that just had the biggest just snap reaction, or when people showed up from Archie's past to collect him, and just having that, oh no, I don't want to deal with this. No, I have something else to do now. We're going to deal with the immediate threat, and then, I don't know, you get just having the... Archie doesn't want to deal with that. He's still ignoring his past. If you ignore it, it can't hurt you.
The past? Who's she?
I am learning that Baroom is internalizing coping strategies from the two mentors in the party. Compartmentalize.
Baroom is 6 and trying to find a role model. Archie's 100-something. Grom's like 200. It's like they've been around for a while. If they're still around...
This must be successful.
Yeah. All right. So the last one is traditionally called submission, and I prefer to call it abnegation. It's a less emotionally / sexually charged word. So when have you been the most in the flow with the game? Just having fun, not worrying about the best thing to do, the best way to play your character, just having fun.
Egrin fight. I had rallying anthem, and that buffing ability alongside courageous anthem, like that flow, I think in that fight felt seamless. Like just like a, oh, we're dealing with these challenges, buff this way, and then learn this, and then like throw that, like that I felt the most bardy, like less Baroomy, and just like I figured out what Pathfinder wants me to do as a bard, and I get it.
Okay.
I think there's kind of two, which are both kind of somewhat early days of either the stickleberry pie eating contest, of it coming in and being like, wait, there's a costume contest. Oh, I have a spell for this. It's actually prepared, and having that. Wait a minute, we can do this thing and like get all the stuff rolling, or the Shimmer Snips fight, where having the actual, oh wait, there's debuffs, and those have round durations, and
no, they don't. Not anymore.
I have a thing specifically for this, and I'm doing what the character's meant to do.
Yeah. She was afraid the entire fight, right?
No. She was aroused.
Oh, right. Yeah.
She was enamored.
Yeah. What's this point of fun called? Submission? Yeah.
Hang on. What was the actual? Captivated. She was captivated. She was slow. She was slowed 2.
Because of captivated.
Yep.
Yeah, because of captivated, and then threw in evil eye.
Yeah.
Thus no. Yeah, that was so cool.
Jordan.
I think the time was when I wasn't most concerned with how to best play my character as like a mechanical thing was earlier on, during the basilisk game and trying to climb the waterfall, and it was all low stakes stuff. And it was all learning how the system works, but it was fun. Like getting that crit to win the basilisk game.
Yeah.
It felt real good.
Yeah.
You won the big game. You
And
have a silver helmet.
You got to roleplay every nerd's this is supposed to be my wet dream and I don't want it.
right. And I really liked the Egrin fight, but that was me trying to figure out like what's the best move that I can make right now.
Yeah.
And I enjoy that. For
Yeah.
me, that mechanical like
Yeah,
that's something that
no.
I thoroughly enjoy. But for like not picking like what's the best move I can make as a character, those early on low stakes things were just like the most fun.
Okay. Cool. Tight. Yeah, so abnegation is usually one of the types of fun that I see people rate pretty low. They're not here to just sit back and vibe and have fun. Like, they want to explore a story or explore inter-character relationships, or they want to explore their own character, or they want to be challenged by the game. They don't want to just... Beer and pretzels D&D is typically what high abnegation games are called. That's not really my vibe, and I don't think I tend to attract players for whom that is their vibe, so understandable that's not why you're here.
When were you in a flow state? When I was thinking really hard about a mechanic and it worked.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna argue because it's not super high. Like, it's not incredibly important, abnegation specifically. And I am trying to just sort of get through this. So that's the 8 types of fun. So let's just sort of quickly discuss what comes next, what your expectations are, what your plans are, and hopefully there aren't huge differences in what you're expecting and what I have planned for the next few sessions. I don't think that's the case because you've been saying sort of here and there what you expect to be coming next. You've got the stated goal of seek the worm, which I think I've heard like 5 times tonight.
Seek the worm.
Seek the worm. To find her latest victim. You found Jarelga. You did what you needed to do to exonerate Jarelga, get her released. At some point in the coming weeks, I know I kind of zoomed through it at the end of last session, but that was just because we were going to go a few weeks without playing, so I wanted to make sure we got to a nice stopping point. But in the next few weeks, Jarelga will actually get released. It's not just hey, we turned in evidence. Okay, tomorrow she's out of jail. It's like, no, things don't happen quite that quickly.
Open the doors, everybody out.
Yeah, not so much. Basically just like a bunch of bureaucrats had to do a bunch of paperwork and maybe 6 people got released each day. I don't know. And that didn't even start for a week after you turned in a bunch of so it's not going to be immediately, but at some point in the next few weeks, Jarelga will be released. Presumably, you'll want to be there when she is so that you can ingratiate yourselves to her and secure her services, etc. But it sounds like you're not going to violate your detainment, which... Fun fact, I looked this up. I wanted to know the actual term for the don't leave town thing, and the name for it is you're in a TV show. Not a real thing. It's not a fucking thing. That would be false imprisonment.
Well, there's house arrest.
That is a thing that they can get a court order for, and they cannot do that unless you're an actual active suspect. And even then, they need to charge you, and then you need to be out on bail.
Gotcha.
At
And then you can
least
have
in
a no
America.
fly. Yeah.
Yeah. You can be a flight risk, etc. Incidentally, flight risk does not mean you're at risk for getting on a plane. It's you're at risk for fleeing.
Fleeing. Yeah.
Um,
You are not. You are also banned from boats.
Yes, you are also banned from boats and interstates. Anyway, it sounds like you're not going to violate the request of don't fucking leave town till the end of the month.
We can't. Thanks, Grom. All the secret tunnels are gone.
Not gone. There's just people in them now.
So, the plan is to seek the worm. You've got Drelga to guide you, and in the intervening time, you've got downtime to pursue whatever
the House
leads
of Ash.
you'd like. Sure. I will request that if that's actually a thing that you want to pursue, you let me know in a serious capacity so that I can actually prepare in that direction. Because my expectation for tonight was that all of the shit that we just did for the last 4 hours wouldn't have taken 4 hours. And my expectation was that we would have just done downtime stuff of like, I'm going to earn income or craft stuff or not, let's do adventuring. So if the actual adventuring is going to happen, please let me know. Now.
Please let me know, period. Please let me know now, period. Or please let me know, period. Now, insert rest of sentence.
Please let me know now, period.
Okay.
Please let me know ... now, period.
I could totally do that if Archie is down for like, fuck it, I want to get this out of the way before we leave town again. I'm down for House of Ash shit.
I think I'm gonna leave it to Archie to kind of lead this one.
Archie is definitely leaning in that vein. Definitely with we're getting ready to leave. Mercenaries have followed us into the Darklands before. It might be better to get out of the way so we're not having to look over our shoulders. With that, Archie also has a backlog of stuff he would like to craft.
Okay.
But that's also kind of it's nothing. I don't think there's anything major.
I think in general you craft and build stockpiles that are really major for like us to have when we adventure. Like certain potions, like if you for real craft them, not don't you have like a witch way of crafting where you get like a bonus potion that doesn't last?
Yeah, which truthful right now is probably he's just going to use that for healing potions most days unless.
But if you craft them real, then they're real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because that was. Yeah, because right now he started work on smoke balls so he can Batman his way out of situations he doesn't like.
I forgot the smoke balls. Yeah. Unless sorry.
I was gonna say, so that weird fire smoke rat thing we had to deal with, Archie's gonna be able to do that.
I forgot you stood next to it and you were blind, but you were also invisible.
Yep.
It's just everyone was concealed.
Yeah, that's what smoke ball does, which is a 5-foot burst.
Yep.
Path. Sorry, go ahead.
So, bit of downtime pursuing Ashgold. This is a thing that I should look into.
It sounds like yes.
It sounds like yes. I was going to suggest if we want to do downtime, I would say that Baroom's downtime outside of earned income is very limited. So maybe earn an income for a week and then see what I can pick up about it with maybe perhaps a bit more no offense, Grom, charisma.
No, you're entirely fair in that assessment. What's your charisma 5 higher than mine or something?
I'm level 5 now. What happens at
No,
that
the
level?
charisma modifier. You have +4. Grom's got -1. So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple of things I'm hoping to like purchase, but like outside of that, and that's nothing major. But
Okay. Now I want to say Archie's the only one with crafting, which is effectively a specialized way to earn income.
We all have crafting now. I'm trained crafting.
Sparky's also trained in crafting. I don't think I'm gonna do downtime for everyone is trained in crafting, except Archie, who's an expert in crafting. But Archie is the one with both alchemical crafting and magical crafting.
Yes, Archie's better.
So like making magic items is an Archie thing and not an anybody else thing.
correct.
But if you wanted to make like new armor, like new better mundane armor, that would be something you could craft. Anyway, there are many ways to earn income if that's what you're after, Aren. But some downtime, some ash cult, probably some more downtime because adventuring takes a surprisingly little amount of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other one is if there happen to be like Druelga's going to be getting out in like 3 days. We don't quite have a lead on the Ash cults, but the crafting's done. Archie's probably going to go to the library and just peruse and find whatever he can about symbols of crowns and brambles.
Cool beans. Okay. All right. So
And after all that, worm.
After all that, worm.
Yep.
Okay. So I do have some questions about what comes next, and specifically how you feel about some things. So how do you feel about, thus far, always relying on an NPC guide for Darklands travel? First Krohan, Neldraelga. Is that... Does it stick in your craw? Do you just not have thoughts about it? Do you prefer it that way?
I was feeling like Druelga would be like giving us a hey, here's the location, here's like more of the directions to go. I wasn't sure if she'd actually be going with us.
Okay.
Or not. I don't know if I'm really. I don't think I'd be bothered if she did go.
Okay.
I think if it means getting there more directly, then I'm okay with whatever assistance is required for that.
Cool.
Rather than being like, hey, you're going to go down this way for, about 2 or 3 days, and then it's going to be like this weird fork, and you're going to go this direction. If someone knows where they're going rather than just trying to describe to us,
Yeah.
it's probably going to be beneficial. And
Okay.
I am okay with that.
Okay.
They're lore compass with feelings. It's convenient, and we learn more.
Okay. Cool. So, I wrote down unbothered, moisturized, staying in your lane. I don't know what the hell that meme is about, but it's a meme. Anyway, what does Darklands travel look like to you? Paint me a picture. Paint me a word picture. Like, just describe a scene from Darklands travel. And I'm expecting a different scene from each of you.
I expect there to be a lot of unworked paths, whether that's just climbing over rocks or having to actually traverse some gaps in terrain or up or down some slight varying degree. It's nature. It's not going to be walking trails or down city streets. It's gonna be slow going at times, and other times it might just be wide open.
Okay. Neat. Matt?
Cautious, careful. Since we are a party that gets to go completely in the dark without the light source, the Darklands is dangerous, and where you always have the trope of people walking down the road, singing, laughing, all this stuff. Caves echo, things go. It's probably a much quieter party most of the time. But at the same time, also coming across things we've never seen before. And this is basically an entire party of, ooh, what's that over there? Oh, that thing's glowing. Oh, what? So a lot of kind of being enraptured by the newness at the same time of being terrified of what could be around the next corner.
I do just want to point out that Archie was born in the Darklands.
And he left.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
All right.
Which I think he was still the.
I think he was 60.
Yeah. I don't think he got out of the city much, because that's
Dwimaville, yeah.
Which is, I think that's still in the top layer of the Darklands.
I do believe that is in Narboth.
Yeah.
Nope, it is in Sekamina.
Oh.
That's middle?
That's the middle layer.
So it's so true. The sites he's grew up with might be a little bit different, because when he left, he kind of just left. It was like, don't have much time, just make the route up and start figuring out new stuff. But yeah, he used to live down there. He left.
Yep. Jesus. Dwimaville has a population of 22,000. High Helm,
is it small or
High
big
Helm's
for
like 40,000.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
big for fantasy.
Yeah, High Helm's like 41,000. That is way bigger than I thought for an underground city. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Aren.
Dark. On the upper layers, like deep roots or mushrooms or fungus and slime, and like that faint dripping sound. Interspersed, like you find like an underground river, rivulet, where there's suddenly like slime and gross and wet, mixed in with these sort of caves that seem more carved by wind, and just like this sort of vague echo, and like the whooshy, echoey sound, and more crevasses and wind carved shapes, and still, like Jordan was saying, like organic, but the kinds of things you would expect to find in a forest, but with a dark turn. Like, you expect to find a creek in a forest. What does a creek look like when it's sort of a natural spring that's just running along a wall and things are growing on it, and there are fish with no eyes? Because, shit like that.
Because why the hell would they have eyes?
Yep.
Okay. Those are all dope. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. 2 more questions. We're getting very close. What emotional depths or historical truths might your characters confront?
Who am I? Who was I? That's like emotionally the deepest question I could think of.
Yeah. Cool.
For Archie, the having, like we were saying, he's already left the Darklands before, and the more they're going out, the deeper they go. The questioning back of the reasons he left in the first place, the reason he left his home, the fact he's still kind of there, and the connections to his roots in the sense of nothing terrible's happened. Maybe it wasn't terrible. And possibly bringing more of his past into the light.
Okay. Jordan?
I think I would like to get to the root of who Targic was as a person. Now that I am carrying his clan dagger, it seems important.
Rather than Targic as a king or a legend.
A legendary figure. Like, what is the truth beyond the legend?
Okay. Alright. Last question. What might seeking the worm mean for your character? Literally, symbolically.
I think literally I might have a mental breakdown.
Great.
Because it was described when the cave-in happened. There was what felt like earthquakes that kind of felt like they came closer and then moved further. It's like, in my head, it sounds like there might have been a worm that caused. So, like, I think going and seeking this thing might bring those memories to the forefront and cause panic attacks and unease. Especially if those vibrations start to be more present as we approach the worm.
Start getting some familiar sensations. And
oh no, not again.
Some fucking PTSD.
Yeah.
Okay. I hadn't considered that.
I think for Archie, it's the historic significance, because this is the worm that knew Targic, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so definitely of having the searching for a piece of living history that may not have necessarily been there, but was so close to everything that might as well have been there. And just kind of the awe of, here's a thing I've always been interested in and have always had to study from afar, and might have a chance to actually reach out and interact with something that might actually have or know, you know, the first-hand experience, a source that was there.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, wait, why do you think that the worm knew Targic? And then I realized that the haunt of the worm in Goldredge was like, where? Targic, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, you typically don't call people you don't know your friend.
Mm-hmm. And the fact it was speaking in that is like, oh,
in
so
Dwarven.
Yeah.
Dwarvish? Dwarven. Okay. Aren.
So
I was muted. Okay.
This went way longer than I expected.
Yeah.
I was worried I didn't have enough.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
What might seeking the worm mean for your character? Literally, figuratively, symbolically.
Okay, yeah. So, literally, or sorry, not. It could mean for my character, learning a sort of a dwarf song truth, like sort of prove a eyewitness piece of proof of what dwarves are from somebody who knew dwarves well before the modern iteration. And as an outsider, have a perspective that might be different enough, and like as a I presumably because it spoke, it has like sapience on a certain level, but I think kind of the same way that I interpreted Baroom as like a Leshy having a alien perspective on, like, they didn't have real ears, they interpreted sounds in a different way. How does a worm interpret time? How does a worm interpret climbing through the Underdark? What does that mean to this creature? Yeah. That sort of outside perspective as well. Outsider perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. I have so fucking much.
369?
315.
400.
Because for the 8 kinds of fun, I already had 3 blank lines for each question. Like I literally
cheated.
I literally just had Aren, Jordan, Matt. Aren, Jordan, Matt. Aren, Jordan, Matt.
Jordan, Aren, Matt. Jordan,
no,
Matt.
it's always Aren, Jordan, Matt, because it's got to be alphabetical.
Archie, Baroom, Grom.
Yes, actually, in the few places where I did that.
Good.
Yes. Okay. That's it. That's I have all of the information. I can proceed knowing...
Informed.
Yeah, I can proceed informed. I can write content that you actually care about. Turns out, largely, I was going to anyway.
Surprise, surprise.
Which is
Session
a huge
03.
relief, because there were some things that I felt were going overlooked, and it turns out they were just going undiscussed. So,
which is wild.
So I think that's probably my biggest takeaway is there are story beats and shapes of stories that I would like to have discussed more openly and proactively because I'm insecure.
I didn't know you guys were listening.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all we got for today, as if that was a tiny amount. I almost sent an apology in our private channel earlier today. Like, I have a bunch of Session 0, and honestly, like, I have, content prepped too, but depending on how Session 0 goes, I might just have to call the session early.
Yeah.
I almost sent an apology, like, yeah, it might be a 2.5 hour session, sorry. Glad I didn't! So,
okay.
Anyway, if you're watching this on Twitch, check us out on YouTube. You can watch all the other episodes. This has been episode 17, which is session 29, because we have 12 sessions pre-stream. If you're watching us on YouTube, check us out on Twitch. We're live every Wednesday. Well, the vast majority of Wednesdays, I'll say, at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Stay tuned for potentially other games as well. And if you want to be the first to hear about other games coming to Twitch, join our Discord. You can join at thegildedtroll.tv. Discord.thegildedtroll.tv. Jesus Christ. I got there eventually. Whew. Right?
We're doing great.
Yeah, discord.thegildedtroll.tv. That's the site. Do the thing. Join the Discord. Say hi. Don't just join and then be waved at and then be quiet forever. It's weird.
Yeah, we're gonna say hi. We're gonna do that thing and greet everybody who comes in individually. It's just
and then ask you how you found us, and
true.
then not keep track of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I maintain that Odyssey is that is the most popular reason for joining. Which is wild because Icefire Peak is by far our most viewed YouTube videos. Like, by far. Like, nearly an order of magnitude. Actually, probably more than an order of magnitude. Anyway, that's it. That's all we got. Thanks for being here. See you next time. I'm going to hit the stream ending button, and then we're going to wave awkwardly at the camera for a while.
Yes.
Bye!